Chapter 21 The Luxury of a Cup of Coffee. 3. Gongjanim. This is a straight. Kill him. Die. Ah. Gongjanim. He's bluffing. Ah, you poor thing. Call him out and kill him. Call. Dang. He has the same cards as Gongjanim. But what can we do? Gongjanim's 2 pairs are the highest? Hee hee. This is fun. Let's keep on going until we die, Gongjanim. Raise. Wow. He's trying to get a full house? Gongjanim. Don't worry. I just looked under the table to see the cards. He won't get a full house. Trust me, and go. All in. About 30 rounds of poker continued. The guy opposite of me trembled. Venomous snake. The one-eyed hunter was burning up. Shit. This is a scam. The venomous snake burst up. Boom. The table shook. Other hunters raised their cups like they expected this. Fortunately, we were able to avoid spilled coffee. Good timing. It doesn't make sense. It's already been 30 rounds but this guy hasn't lost once. Even bluffing doesn't work. This is a scam. I don't know if it's passive, but he's using a fucking skill. It's a scam. A scam. Do you have proof? I sipped my hot chocolate. It was cold now, and became a weak chocolate latte. This was tasty in itself as well. I might be an expert at poker. I'll feel wronged if you accuse me like this without any proof. Look upon me nicely, Sunbeam. TN, Sunbe term for addressing someone with more experience than you in a particular subject. Hey, is this really AF class hunter? The venomous hunter shouted while looking around him. How is this AF class hunter? I'll believe it if you say the association lied about it after taking some side money. He's at least AB class. Wow. How'd you know? That I'm not AF class? Right? I knew Actually, I became an E-class hunter yesterday. But I was busy clearing the 10th floor yesterday and I wasn't able to let the association know. I smiled. Thank you for judging me so highly. And Mr. Master. You're out of chips. The venomous snake turned away and plodded away. To the out zone. It was where the people without any more chips Saturday welcome. Shenmue Master. Heretic questioner, who had been out first, brightly smiled. I thought it was about time for you to be out. So I ordered another espresso. You don't need to refuse. Drink as much as you want. I don't like espresso, yes. I know. Being picky is bad. Fucking zealot, the venomous snake sat down in the out zone looking like he was gonna cry. Now, there were 3 hunters left in the game. Me. The Witch of Black Dragon. And unexpectedly, Crusader. Crusader looked down at her cards and wrinkled her forehead. She was the vice leader of the civil militia. A hunter famed for her righteousness. The civil militia was a guild established to protect the capital of the first floor. They were like the police. And I heard she donated all his wealth to an orphanage or something. TN, I thought Crusader was a guy but we learned she's a girl in this chapter. Korean, TSK. I lose. Crusader placed her cards down with a sigh. I thought I had a pretty good poker face. Kim Gongja. Do you have a clairvoyant skill? Maybe. It could be clairvoyance or telepathy. Try guessing. Newbies these days. The Crusader smiled bitterly. She bowed and moved to the out zone. Hey! How could you give up so easily? The venomous snake shouted in anger at her. The surroundings of his mouth were messy, like he spilled his espresso. You should stick next to him like a hunting dog even if you think it's not gonna work. Are you gonna leave that con artist be? Con artist. That's too much to the new hero. He's obviously using a skill. Crusader shrugged her shoulders. I knew from the beginning. Huh? What? It would have been weird if I didn't know. Would a newbie really suggest a game of luck without any preparation? The fact that he challenged us to this game means that he was letting us know he could use a skill and get away with it without being caught. And we accepted that challenge. The venomous snake gaped with his mouth open. That's how it was? Chinmu Master, it's good that you work hard for martial arts, but use your head. Crusader looked at the venomous snake pitifully. From the beginning, we had nothing to lose. If we win, it would be awesome. But even if we lose, like the newbie said, he's going to apply to all the guilds here. And that's a pretty good result in itself. But we have our pride. How are we going to be treated the same as, does pride feed you? The venomous snake was left speechless. Espresso feeds you. Here, Chinmu Master. Drink up. Fuck, in the end, the rank 2 player was left, the Black Witch. And me. It was us too. The witch focused on her cards and spoke. It's a relief. What? Since you can get us. The witch bet her chips. Raise. She raised the bar. Was she trying to provoke me? I'm from Ukraine. To be exact, I'm from where Ukraine used to be. With the war, after I lost my family, I suffered a lot. As you know. A woman living alone outside or in this tower is tough. I suppose so. I gladly accepted her provocation. Re-raise. I raised the stakes. She hesitated for a moment and tapped the table twice. It was that she was accepting victory. The count spread the cards out as the dealer. So what are you trying to say? I rubbed my chin, pretending to contemplate. Everyone in the tower. And especially the first generation. It's hard to find someone who doesn't have a heartbreaking story. I'm an ordinary orphan as well. My cards was 1 pair. This top is like my hometown. Hers were a flush. In the tower, people don't ask where you're from. No, we made it so it was like this. The fact that I'm from Ukraine. That Chenmu Master's from China. That you're from Korea, that isn't important in our tower. Is that so? Yes. Thanks to the blessing of the tower, we can understand each other. Here, we're all equal. At least, more than the outside world. If this went on, I would lose. But I raised the stakes higher composedly. People outside consider here a trash can. Even roses bloom in trash cans. The witch signaled a call. Kim Gongja. The moment the clock in the sky shows midnight, the media will pour out articles about you. You'll start a life different from before. I hope you deal with it wisely. Sounds good. Another card was flipped over on the table. I'm not bragging, but I like attention. I like it when people compliment me and are jealous of me. It's the truth. That's all there is to it. Now my cards were 2 pair. You're honest. I guess you're the exact opposite of Sword Saint. Her cards were still a flush. I had the shorter hand, but all in. I'm confident. I lifted my eyes from the card to look at her. I'll tell you all now while we're on the subject. I don't want to be treated like you because I just cleared the 10th floor. The 20th floor. 30th, 40th, 50th. And the 100th. I'll subjugate them all. No matter how long it takes. I know you consider the tower special. I respect that. I don't plan on uselessly fighting with all of you. But I think of you as my opponents. Who would be the first to climb the tower? Who would be called a hero? To be remembered by people, to be complimented, to receive jealousy. To build the gold tower that everyone saw. I want to see the world beyond the tower rather than within the tower. So I was going to climb the tower. Refugees. Famine. I don't have time to worry about that. Honestly. If you need my name, just use it. However many times you want. Just support me in climbing the tower. The feeling of subjugating the tower. I wanted to feel it again. I had only tasted it once, but I felt like I was addicted to it. Because that's how amazing it was. Sight. The witch sighed after a silence. I thought wrong. You're not the opposite of the sword saint, but exactly the same. The witch pushed all the chips in. Clatter. They all gathered in the center of the table like a small mountain. All in. Is that a compliment? No, it's a curse. Greedy people. The last card was flipped. The opponent cards were a flush. Mine were, full house. It's a compliment. I smiled. Thank you. It was my victory. Then as promised, I hope I'm treated the same as the rest of you. Can I expect that the more authority you have, the more jobs you'll have? HM? Isn't the job of a hunter to climb the tower? Don't worry. I'll continue doing the job of a hunter. A lazy newbie, the witch bitterly smiled. Kim Zombie is a bit lazy. If there was a skill for laziness, he would have reached S-Class. Are you really going back to Kim Zombie as soon as the game ended? Of course, you mutant zombie. Gongjan in my ass. Behu Ryong flew around in excitement. Zombie. Zombie. Zombie bastard. Wow, I didn't know I would miss this so much. I'm never gonna bet with you lazy ass again. Pathetic, how was the person that was called the Emperor of the Sword this pathetic? I inwardly clicked my tongue and stood up. You're leaving already? Yes. The 11th floor is opening soon. I have to get ready now if I don't want to be behind others. How are you gonna prepare if you don't know what's on it? It wouldn't be bad to give them a hint here. Since I was going to be treated like them, it wouldn't be bad if they were in my debt a bit. I organized my thoughts and spoke up. It's a play. The theme of the 11th to the 20th floor is play. Everyone looked at me with flashing eyes. It was obvious why. With even the smallest hint, you could move faster than others. The information I was giving them right now was priceless. They gave me a hint as a reward for clearing the 10th floor. It was a lie. I still hadn't gotten my reward for the 10th floor yet. I guessed I would get it when the clock hit midnight. But I still knew what would happen now. Knowledge of the future. There was no reason not to use it. I don't know any more than that. Thanks for sharing. The witch nodded her head. I'll definitely return this favor. I was looking forward to it. Midnight, the clock in the sky pointed at 0. 0. The players were all overjoyed. There were people who even threw their hats in the air. Thousands of hats soared up. They looked like flowers in spring. And before all the hats fell down to the floor, letting everyone know, a voice rang out in the sky. It was announcing something to everyone. From today, the tutorial is being ended. That the prologue was now finished. Letting everyone know again. From today, the tutorial is being ended. That it was now the start of the real thing. Woohoo! People shouted in excitement. Passion. Heat. Enthusiasm. When was the last time hunters were this heated up? Even the old man who set up a store and the middle-aged man who gave up on the 2nd floor were shouted in happiness in the square. Everyone was a hunter at this moment. 11th floor. 11th floor. 11th floor. Open the 11th floor. Hey, news just came up but, this, and as if responding to their heat. The clock in the sky exploded with light. It was a light as powerful as the sun. The hunters shut their eyes and looked at the sky through their fingers. I wasn't an exception. Warriors. Climbers of the tower. Congratulations on the crossing over the regrets of the Hellfire residents. There was a large human in the air. So, an angel or goddess would be more appropriate. There was emitting a holy light, white clothes fluttering in the air. It was like something that should be engraved on a temple. Whoa, pretty, everyone in the square let out exclamations. Most hunters were staring blankly up. That was how beautiful the image of the goddess was. Zombie. Wake up. That's not a real goddess. But Beihurayang was cold. Sword Emperor. The one who had cleared up to the 99th floor was seduced by what was in front of him. It's just a system that explains quests to you. Is it like an NPC? Right. Even if there are goddesses, that's nothing more than a recorded video. It's something that automatically plays when the 10th floor is cleared. TSK TSK. How pathetic. I became curious. How do you know that? Huh? Because. It was when Beihurayang was about to reply. Warriors. There is a world that needs your help. In this world, there is a scary devil king. From now, you will be summoned as warriors to this place, and you will receive a mission to protect mankind. If you want to accept this mission, say transmit, because she finished, someone jumped into the air. Hup. The hunter lightly stepped on the roof of the building. The 3rd floor. 5th floor. 7th floor. In an instant, the hunter arrived at the bell tower of the square. And the hunter flew high midair. Sword Saint. Marcus Calamberry. Hot. The current rank 1 sword technique split the sky. The trajectory of his sword cut past the goddess. The image of the goddess was split into 2. It was a beautiful and quick attack. Everyone who had seen the blink of an eye attack dropped their mouths. Huh. And that only lasted a moment. The split goddess quickly returned. Like how cutting through the ocean was futile, the goddess spoke in the same beautiful voice before. If you want to accept this mission, say transmit. Warriors. Then, you'll take your steps on the 11th floor. The goddess was still shining. She had light, but it wasn't holy anymore. Since a god ripped once wasn't a god anymore. Sword Saint lightly landed on a roof. He was wearing the same black suit that I saw in the bar. He looked at the sky like he didn't like something, and slowly looked down at the square. The square was silent. Beihurayang spoke. I did that in the past too. See? NPC, right? I was flabbergasted. Do you have to check to be satisfied? Yeah. I don't get people who don't check. Don't you want to cut it with your sword when something big appears? Aren't all people like that? Sigh. He was a psycho. I strengthened my vision with aura and looked at the Sword Saint. Careful not to meet his eyes. Transmit. The Sword Saint quietly mumbled. The same light from the goddess wrapped around the old Sword Saint. A moment later, he was gone without a trace. Only white bird poop was left on the roof. Ahahahot. Laughter exploded from the silent tower. The hunters turned their heads. It was from the guildmaster of 10,000 Temple, Heretic Questioner. I lost again. Ah. It's a beautiful day today. The Heretic Questioner took off his cap. He politely bowed to the people looking at him. Then I'll see everyone on the 11th floor. Transmit. A white light covered the Heretic Questioner. The next moment, the Heretic Questioner was gone. Looking at his disappearance blankly, the hunters realized belatedly. That the Sword Saint and Heretic Questioner had taken a step ahead of them to the 11th floor. And that was the starting point. Transmit. 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 Countless hunters shouted out transmit frantically. The square was filled with light. Every time someone shouted, light poured to where they were. These lights increased in the thousands and lit up the sky. Warriors. Climbers of the tower. In the midst of that, the goddess's welcoming was still going on. From the 11th floor to the 20th floor, you will be met with a test. A test of faith. The goddess gathered her hands on her chest. Like she was praying. You will find your answer. Someone will light the way. So you will be able to know yourself, but there weren't many listening to her. Everyone was in a hurry not to be behind. The small amount of people that were left were filming it with their phones. What a shame. Someone walked up next to me and muttered. The vice guild leader of the civil militia. It was the Crusader. A shame? Think about it. Whoever made the tower put effort into making it. That's also a message for us. But no one cares. The Crusader had a sad expression. People should have looked at this emotionally. The fact that there's a tower and we can use skills is an amazing miracle, but we've become used to everything on the 10th floor. You're a touchy-feely person. I majored in music on the outside. She lifted a corner of her mouth. Do I seem more charming after hearing I'm a woman who did music? I think it'll be hard to earn money. Oof. You hurt with facts. We both laughed. Behu Ryan crept between us. Zombie, be careful. This human is suspicious. HM? Ugh, what again? There's no way someone would approach someone like you. Do you have a handsome face or personality? Everything's disgusting. Kia, I see. This is a con artist. 100% this guy, never mind. Let's just not. Excuse me. Then, a crowd of people came at us. They weren't reporters, but seemed to be people doing their own broadcasting online. The hunter there is Kim Gong-ha Hunter Nim, right? Oops. The Crusader grimaced in annoyance. I guess the attention's on us 'cause of me. Sorry, Kim Gong-ja. I'll be off for the 11th floor. Wait. Did you approach me to do this? I became reasonably suspicious. And the Crusader looked a bit guilty. Haha. It's because I have the ability to read people. The ability to read people? Did she mean she was confident in guessing what someone was thinking? She mischievously scratched the back of her head. I spoke with you because I wanted to know what kind of person you were. Think of it as a show of my interest. So what kind of person do you think I am? Well, I'll say the answers in your heart. Transmit. Goodness. She's obviously running away. Eventually Crusader left, leaving me to the crowd. Phew. See, I'm right, huh? My greatness is never wrong. Shit. It's noisy. People crowded more around me when the Crusader left. I was surrounded by individual broadcasters and reporters. Kim Gong-ja Hunter Nim. Please say something. Is it true that you cleared the 10th floor boss yourself? People are saying this is a scenario you plan to apply at the same time to all the large guilds. There was an official announcement that you were E-Class. Many people are very curious if this is true. Can you just confirm, what kind of relationship are you in with the Crusader of the civil militia? You looked really close, are you deeply involved personally? Kim Gong-ja Hunter Nim. Wow. Is this the unending request for shaking hands that only the successful hunters get? Being on the receiving end, I realized why Flame Emperor had been so annoyed with the reporters. I wondered how I should react and decided to say just one word. I'll clear the 20th floor as well. Excuse me? Then, work hard everyone. Transmit. Whoosh. White light came from under me. Wait. King Gong-ja Hunter Nim. No. Get him. Just a few more sorry. I think the mysterious concept is the best. Climbers of the tower. And before the light completely covered me, the goddess's voice spoke for the last time to the square. May luck be with you. The light around me faded away. I could start seeing in front of me. What came into my sight first was a large battlefield. KRRRK. Chike. Chick. Monster. Fearsome monsters were running towards me from the horizon. Goblin. Orcs. Ogres. The different species that I saw from the 10th floor in the tutorial were running at me as one. They looked like a horde of ants. Stop them. It's impossible. There's too many. Don't step back. If we're pushed back, our empire is over. There was only one line to block the horde. Was this from the Middle Ages? The soldiers wearing armor were trying to somehow close the port. The human soldiers tried to put the deep lake behind them. What is this? What in the world is happening? Whoa. Everyone, be careful of the arrows. They're flying around everywhere. Hunters summoned to the battlefield were looking around in confusion. It wasn't weird for them to be so dumbfounded, since they had only experienced safely prepared hunting grounds so far. But this was common from the 10th floor. Like they said, the tutorial's over. A battlefield where you didn't know when you would die. A fighting ring where you had to risk your life with every floor. Oh ho! Someone approached the flustered hunters. He was wearing quite fancy armor, like he wasn't just a soldier. The general shouted out to us. "Thank you. You've come to help our empire, warriors." The hunters murmured. Warriors? What does he mean? Stupid. Didn't you hear what the angel said in the square? They're receiving the attack of the Devil King. We're the warriors. We can't hear in the back. Whoa, is this real? Are those soldiers real humans or NPC? Can you be quiet over there? People kept on arriving even while the hunters were speaking to each other. People came on top of each other and pushed others. It was pandemonium. Warriors, please help our empire. Fortunately, a few skilled people including me knew how to use their aura to strengthen their sight and hearing. While a few non-skilled people were just staring blankly ahead, a few hunters listened to what the general NPC was saying. This port is the last defense of our empire. For the empire's capital to continue being supported, we need to defend this place. Warriors from another world, please protect Ejim Empire with us. Then, a voice rang in my head. The quest of the 11th floor is being given. Messages popped up in front of my eyes. Plus, supply route defense, difficulty, F a mission task, calamity has struck the Ejim Empire. The Devil King. A being only seen in legends has forced an army. The Devil King is cunning, evil, and strong. He wishes to block the Ejim Empire's supply route. Defend the port. This fight will become the first step in saving the empire. However, loss in the battle will result in the 12th floor being closed. Plus quest. See. The Devil King did appear. Where even is the Ejim Empire? The confused hunters began to realize the situation. Some hunters wordlessly pulled out their weapons, and others formed teams. And some hunters aimed at the goblins. I wonder. Sword Saint at the front muttered to himself. Blood was creating a lake where he was. About 6 monsters fell to the ground headless. I don't know the exact situation. But you're saying we should knock them down first. And he jumped into battle. Hunters behind him who were frozen all shouted after seeing him. Woo. Nice. Let's follow the Sword Saint. Fucking goblin bastards. For the past 6 years, I cut off thousands of your necks. Thousands of hunters jumped into battle with their weapons, and thousands of hunters followed them. The defending forces suddenly grew in number. And when the battle was turning into a mess. Okay. I was smiling in the back. Because I heard a voice that others couldn't. Welcome, Hunter Kim Gongja. The reward for clearing the 10th floor is being given. A voice that announced my bonus. Normal stage reward. Blessing of the War God is being awarded. You can view the map of the tower from the 11th floor to the 20th floor. A translucent map popped up in front of me. It was a mini-map. Red and blue spots dizzily twisted around each other and dominated the map. Looking closely, the red spots seemed like monsters, and the blue monsters seemed like the human forces. Tisk tsk, yup. I knew a cheap bonus would come out. Behu Ryong complained with a frown. While others crawl around on the floor, you'll be looking down from the sky, is that it? Sigh. Yeah. Don't think about building up your skills and use your head. This tower is really unfair when you think about it. The fed people continue eating and the ones well off keep. But Behu Ryong's boomer speech couldn't go on. Hidden stage reward. Blessing of the human god is being awarded. You can view all NPCs' names and locations from the 11th to the 20th floor. Huh? Because that wasn't the end of the bonus notifications. Hidden stage reward. Blessing of the merchant is being awarded. You will receive a chosen item from the 11th floor to the 20th floor. Next to the mini-map, lists popped up. One was a directory of all the NPCs' names and locations. The other was a directory with items and their effects. Dash. We were speechless. Kill them. Push them away. Ack. The goblins are throwing spears. The hunters on the front line diligently fought. Orcs cried out and human soldiers spilled blood. In the middle of the noisy battlefield, Behu Ryong and I were silent. The silence was soon broken. Ah. It's a game to get skills. What kind of crazy game of luck is this? With opposing exclamations. Theme. The tower had different themes on floors. Maybe genre will help you understand better. The first floor to the 10th floor was tutorial. There was a hunting ground, and a city where you could rest however long you wanted. It was a step for beginners to get used to the tower. And from the 11th floor to the 12th floor was a Devil King attack genre. Or a Devil King soldier genre. Since it was protecting the human empire, even a defense genre could be applied as well. It's defeating the Devil King's forces coming in hordes. Anyhow, from now, the level of fighting was different. Monsters didn't roam around by themselves like in the beginning hunting grounds. They formed groups. Legions. They made an army. There were only two ways to attack a monster army. Be a powerful one army strong enough to defeat the army by yourself or dash. I looked at the front lines. Sword Saint was massacring the monsters with a blue aura. Fight with your own army. I smirked. The path I pick this time will be the latter. Since I got the bonus. Wouldn't it be a waste if I left this alone? Of course, I didn't have any talent leading an army. Since I never did it before. But all you had to do was build those talents up. I was confident in making a new talent. Status window. It was to check my current status before I actually jumped into battle. Plus name, Kim Gongja rank, E-class skill, 5/5, 1. I want to be like you, S+, 2. Returner's Clockwork Watch, EX, 3. Sword Constellation, A+, 4. Goblin High Society, F, 5. Night and Day Fire Caution, A+, good. A smile spread across my face. Excuse me, Sword Emperor. Did you just curse and say it was a game of luck? Yeah, I cursed. You poop like zombie. I'll show why it's a game of skill. I opened the NPC directory first. With the blessing of the human god, countless NPCs popped up. Plus, Enju, position, scouter/location, 11th floor Port City Kunker, Korea, position, ordinary soldier/location, 11th floor Port City Kunker, sword, position, farmer/location, 13th floor Barons Field, Lapa Casabella, position, government official/location, 14th floor building. Plus it was a list of 10,000s, no, of 100,000s. It was a bundle of confusion. But marking only NPCs on the 11th floor. Like it had understood me, the list moved by itself. Other names disappeared and only names that were related to what I requested popped up. Plus, Enju, position, conscripted soldier/location, 11th floor Port City Kunker, Korea, position, ordinary soldier/location, 11th floor Port City Kunker, court, position, petty officer/location, 11th floor Port City Kunker. Plus I spoke without rest. Order in the ones with the highest skills. Only the top 100. Gasp. Sound escaped from Behu Ryong's mouth. He must have realized what I was trying to do already. If he had only been complaining earlier, he was really frantic now. He quickly tried to convince me. Wait. Zombie. I don't think this is it. Let's slowly get stronger. HM? Slowly train, build up skills, and learn sword techniques. How nice is that? It doesn't matter if I do that later. Eek. Even if you're a weak-ass guy, this is really not right. Aren't you even embarrassed, doing that with the name of Gongja, Confucius? Yes. I'm not embarrassed. Regardless of what he said, the list moved according to my words. Letters scattered midair and gathered again. A new list appeared. Plus, Rohan Pansaba, position, Pansaba Knightage leader, Sarbastijim, position, Kunkar offense leader, Jeshua Kamancha, position, High Knight of Imperial Knightage, Tamund, position, highest soldier of defense plus alright. It was almost done. I ignored Behu Ryong and shouted. Mark where the NPCs with the Legion leading skills are. Only the top 3. Ack. Ack. Yes. I didn't have the talent to lead a Legion. But what was the problem with that? I could take it from an NPC with the skill. Plus, Sarbastijim, position, Kunkar offense leader, Rohan Pansaba, position, Pansaba Knightage leader, Sane Carmen, position, Defense Legion colonel plus the directory of 10,000s decreased to 3. I gave my final orders. Locate them on the map. You scammer bastard. With the blessing of the human god, the names spread out. They changed into a green light and entered the map with the blessing of the war god. It was perfect. The NPCs with the skills to lead were on the map. Okay. Marking my current location. And finally, my location. Definitely a game of skill. Look. If people have the basics to apply things, you can make a good bonus into an extraordinary bonus. This is all because I use my head. Funny. Use your head? You're just using tricks. Hee hee. Using tricks is also a talent. It was done. I didn't have any reason to hesitate. I quickly ran to find the NPC closest to me. Thankfully, they were nearby. The general who had greeted the hunters with warriors. It was that NPC who had the best leading skill. General Sarbastijim. Oh ho. Warrior from another world. What's the matter? The general looked at me from giving orders to his deputies. His mustache was cool. His skill would be cool too. Run away. Behu Ryong cried out. Run away, you stupid NPC guy. This isn't a warrior but a piece of scum. You're gonna be leeched off of everything. Scum, he said. He was completely proficient in speaking the language of our world now. Since you trust me as a warrior, I have something to request of you. Go ahead. Thanks to you all, there seems to be hope. If it's something I can do, I'll gladly do it. Please kill me. 3. Translator, The general's eyes widened. What do you mean? Actually, I have a secret weapon. Like a self-destruct button. If I die, the blessing of a god will descend upon the battlefield. If the blessing is activated, the Empire can win. I put on a serious expression. My acting was unexpectedly pretty good. Thinking of the moment Flame Emperor burned me up, my face instantly hardened and my voice became determined. Ack. It's a lie. He doesn't have a self-destruct button. Huh. The loser ghost who died right before the 100th floor should be quiet. That kind of blessing, no. But kill you? I can't. General Sarbastijim. Please think about what's important. Whether you use your sword or not, I'll kill myself. Since it's a sure way to guarantee victory for the Empire. I spoke with a serious expression. I'm asking this favor of you. Favor. You're the leader of this port. You want victory for the Empire more than anyone. Rather than dying by my own hand or by a monster, I want to leave my life in your hands. There's no time. Hurry. The general had a pitiful face. The survival of our empire is at stake, but to take the life of a warrior from another world, hey. Hey. You believe this? Shit. You're gonna believe Kim Zombie, this guy? Seriously? Our world is definitely cursed. The attack of the Devil King from legend, and how the magical animals continue to strike. And to take your life, it must all be a curse, your brain is a curse. Ah, please don't forgive our sins, God, the general spoke in a regretful voice like he was the main character of a tragedy. A sharp and elegant blade came out. I'll send you off without any pain. Thank you. I really was thankful. Dying didn't matter, but I didn't like pain. Please tell me your name. Kim Gongja. Kim Gongja, I thank you on behalf of the Empire. You are a true warrior. Cashing. Like what he promised, it was a clean cut. The blade of aura instantly cut my neck. You have died. NPC Sarbast skills are being randomly copied. As I expected, copying an NPC's skills was possible. And when everything became dark, I heard Beihurayan shout out. Stop dying, you bastard. Do you like cheating like this? I answered him in my mind. Sit Gongja says. It's lit. The exciting day began again. They said this. Above a running person, there was a flying person. And also this. Next to a sword-wielding hunter, there's a dead hunter. Gongjanim said that. Hey, what's that? Huh? He seems like a hunter judging by his clothes. The battlefield. Hunters turned back from diligently swinging their swords. It was a dangerous thing to do while battling monsters. But they had a bit slack to do that. I made that slack for them. Warrior. The general shouted back at me. Are you sure this is the right way? His body shook. My body also shook. That's because we were riding the same horse. He was holding the saddle while I was behind him. My butt felt horrible, but I felt amazing. Crystal. If you head this way and turn to the right, that's where the demon army's commander is. There's a bit of monsters nearby. Oh well. It's okay. We can get rid of them. Oh. Okay. Because behind us, there were 1,000 warriors behind us. Army, follow me. He lifted his baton. The warrior of the goddess will protect us. WOO. The soldiers shouted and followed the general. The soldiers, who had always been on defense, took the offense. Goblins and orcs got in the way, but they fell to the side. Hee hee. It was the effect of the minimap. I advised the general to attack where the forces of the demons were less. Ah. Turn to the right here. Understood. Warrior of the goddess. Of course, I hadn't gotten the general's trust with just the minimap. Should I say it's because of the day's repeat? I needed a lot of preparation. I experienced the general's trauma when I got my skills, but I'll talk about that later. Status window. Because it was time to focus on what was on hand right now. First, skills. The techniques I had were like so. Plus name, Kim Gongja rank, E-class skill, 5/5, 1. I want to be like you, S+, 2. Returner's Clockwork Watch, EX, 3. Sword Constellation, A+, 4. Goblin High Society, F, 5. Discernment of the Battlefield, B+, the new skill I got is related to war. Like what it was called, it was a skill that identified the battlefield. If our forces had the upper hand or not. How to attack the enemies. I could instinctively feel it. It made me into somewhat of an expert. Although that's not all of the skills. I grinned and lifted my sword. It wasn't an ordinary sword. It wasn't what I used to skill myself either. The shining sword body. There was an image of a lion's open mouth on it. As the silver light spread everywhere, the warriors gaped. It's the light sent from the goddess. The holy sword from the beginning. Ah, the empire hasn't been abandoned. Hurrah for Ejim Empire. Yes. This sword was the last puzzle piece for me to lead the army. It was what I picked with the blessing of the merchant god. Plus, Lafanta Ejim's Holy Protection Sword, Rarity, Legend Summary, one who holds the Holy Sword will hold the Empire. The Holy Sword from Ancestors. There is a legend that the ancestor who founded the Ejim Empire received it from the goddess. One who holds the Holy Sword will be held by fate. The ancestor chose his successor and left. Did he kill himself? Was he killed by the rebelling forces? When legends and history weren't different, his whereabouts were unknown, and so was the Holy Sword's. Only leaving a line in history. The day fate arrives, so will the one with the Holy Sword. The one who had the Holy Protection Sword will be absolutely trusted and supported by the people of the Ejim Empire. Plus the effects of the legendary item were outstanding. Hurrah for the Empire! Hurrah for the warrior! Goddess, protect us! Attack! Kill those dirty creatures! The soldiers ran forward. Kia. From what the soldiers saw, I was a legendary warrior. The real person leading them was the NPC general, but it felt like I was leading them. I felt like I was flying. Good. Ah, good. I feel like I cleared the hidden stage just with this. It's a fucking useless item. Beihurayong flew up when I was about to fly up. Dash, it's just a shiny sword that's slightly strong. TSK. Your sentimentality must be weak since you're a ghost. This is a shiny sword that all the NPCs from the 11th floor to the 20th will go ballistic for. Got it? NPCs aren't just tools to get quests. It was a theory of coincidence. They're beings to help break through them. And the development actually worked. While the hunter players were sweating like dogs, I was breezing through the battlefield with the general. What's that? Every time I passed a hunter, they were surprised. There were even some who were stunned. Why's he going around with the general? Isn't he an NPC? Wow. Wait. It looks like he's giving orders to the general. No, look at his clothes. He's a hunter. Who is that person? Surprised voices. Suspicious voices. Jealous voices. They were reactions for when people looked up at someone who was above them. Ah. I was drunk. This is it. This. Dang, it's to die for. This psycho isn't training his aura like I taught him to, but using it to eavesdrop on gossip. Zombie. You're amazing. You're really like a zombie. What can I do? The attack was working. The monsters continued to fall. They were even trying to block us frantically, but... Hup. Skilled hunters like Sword Saint massacred the orcs at the front, and ha-hot. Ah, what a touching day. A new battle. A new era. How dash dot. Shut up. If you have time to blabber on, get another goblin. Members from large guilds like Heretic Questioner and Venomous Snake were at the sides. The wings of the enemies were falling off. There weren't any extra forces to stop us. Clip. Clop. The heads of goblins were crushed under the horses of the soldiers, and spears pierced the orcs. We can win. Follow the general. Follow the warrior. Attack. And attack some more. From some point, there was a hole in the enemy forces. We were almost to the commander. The minimap marked him as a red spot. Go, Gore. Past the general's shoulder, I could see a High King Goblin. Huh. I scoffed. I was wondering what the leader of the enemy forces was, but it was a High King Goblin? Of course, it was probably stronger than the High King Goblin from the 5th floor that I cleared. Since he was leading forces of thousands. But it was only a goblin. If his subordinates were swept aside, I wouldn't be hurt. More than anything. Your skill is activating. I had a skill specialized for goblins. Gork. Gore. As the goblin lifted his cane, the monsters around him came at us. If it was human language, he was probably saying something like, "Stop those humans, fools." And to that High King Goblin, I shouted. Gork. In fluent goblin language. Go, Gork? Gore. Gork? He was clearly flustered. As the leader was flustered, so were his underlings. And during that time our forces were fighting. The last hope for the enemies flew away. Gork? The High King Goblin fumbled. Then, he realized that he was tricked. But it was too late. I put aura into the Holy Protection Sword and powerfully swung it. It was a nice Gork. I cut the goblin like tofu. His head flew off without even a scream. Whoa! The general shouted, slowing down the horse. The warrior has gotten rid of the demon creature. He wasn't saying it to me. It was to let his soldiers know. The general put aura in his voice so his voice could be heard in the noisy battlefield. The people around him understood what he was saying. The demon creature has been cleared. The warrior of the goddess had gotten rid of the enemy leader. From the general to his deputies. From the deputies to the commanders. From the commanders to the soldiers. Voice rang out again and again like an echo. Hoo-hoo. Flags were waved in the air. Cheers. It was the cheers of the soldiers. I got off the horse and looked around. I met the eyes of a flag bearer. He had lost his left arm in the battle. He was waving the flag with his right arm. When our gazes met, he smiled happily. And waved the flag even more. Sunlight poured onto the flag. Hurrah for the Ejim Empire! We had won. Get rid of the enemies. Attack. Attack. Don't let even one escape. The tables were completely turned. Kirk, Care, Gur. The beastly monsters started to run away. Huh? Look at them. The gazes of the hunters changed. A fight between armies wasn't familiar, but chasing after individual monsters was a hunter's specialty. The hunters smiled, baring their teeth, and ran at the goblins and orcs. Kill them all. It was time to hunt. The massacre didn't last long. Some time later, a clear voice rang out over the battlefield. Stage clear. Today, the 11th floor stage has been cleared. It was the voice of victory. Letting everyone know again. Today, the 11th floor stage has been cleared. Cheers exploded. Woohoo! Is this real? Aren't we too strong? Hooray for Black Dragon Guild. Hunters exploded in cheers this time. Some threw their caps like in the square, and others hugged each other. The clearing of the 11th floor in less than a day. It was an amazing attack. Calculating subjugators, calculation complete. It has exceeded the limit. The top 10 clearers are being announced. The hunters looked up. Something was being engraved into the sky with light. Plus, level of contribution rank 1. Kim Gongja rank 2. Sword Saint, rank 3. Heretic Questioner, rank 4. Venomous Snake, rank 5. Crusader, rank 6. Witch, rank 7. Count, plus familiar names popped up. But as the list became complete, the hunters started murmuring to themselves. Huh? Rank 1 doesn't have a nickname? Sword Saint is rank 2? Kim Gongja, it hadn't been long since my name was released in the media. People looked confused. But someone shouted. Ah, the 10th floor clearer. Oh right. They said his name was Gongja. Someone who hasn't received a nickname from the hunter is rank 1 again? Are they like a secluded master or something? Behu Ryang looked sour. Huh. Secluded master, my ass. Just a weak guess who plays tricks. Do you acknowledge it's a game of skills now? No. Never. He whipped around. He seemed to be mad because I didn't train with my sword. This ghost prioritized basic skills over everything else. I bitterly smiled. I'll train my sword technique before the 20th floor is over, so don't be mad. Really? His ears twitched. Yes. Of course. I can't do nothing when I hang out with the Sword Emperor, right? You're someone who passed the 99th floor. I should beg to be taught. Right. He spun around the air like he was never in a bad mood. Kia. Zombie finally sees my worth. Even though the tower is a bit different, I really climbed the tower in my world like there was not yesterday. The 11th floor was a piece of cake. Ah. It's easy. So easy to ease this ghost. How could it be this easy? Warrior of the goddess. While Beihurion was flying above, the general approached me. His body was dirty with the blood of the monster. Only his face was clean, like he wiped it just now. We were able to be victorious thanks to you. Really, thank you. It's nothing. We all won together. Ahaha. He scratched his palm like he was embarrassed. I worried for nothing. Sorry? A long time ago, we received a prophecy. That when the Devil King came, warriors from another world would come, so we didn't have to worry, but I didn't believe it. Why would warriors fight for their lives in a world that wasn't even theirs? He smiled. But it was just useless concern. Thank you again. He held out his hand. Even though it was a different world, it meant the same thing. Was it because people had hands in both worlds? I look forward to your accomplishments in the future. I'll work hard. We shook hands. Calculating rewards, calculation complete. Rewards are being given to the highest ranks. Then, a light surrounded me from the sky, along with a voice. It wasn't just me. Light came from the sky onto the battlefield here and there. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 10 rays of light poured from the sky. The highest-ranking challengers enter the 12th floor first. Until the highest-ranking challengers receive their rewards, the remaining challengers cannot enter the 12th floor. Letting everyone know again. The highest, the people who contributed the most would get the rewards first. I felt sorry for the 11th or 12th hunters, but this was a reasonable system. Before the light completely covered me, the general spoke. Please, take care of our empire. And we were summoned to the 12th floor. Beihurion frantically spoke when the light poured down. Hey, wait. If only the 1010 are summoned, wouldn't Grandpops Marcus be there? What are you going to do when he sees you and tries to get you? Nah, you worry too much. It's okay. The worst I can do is die, right? Kim Zombie you. Beihurion's lips twitched like he was about to nag about me. Sheesh. I quickly added on. It's okay because I have plans. Don't you know? I'm Kim Gongja. The weak guess that the Sword Emperor acknowledged. Trust me. You have plans? Of course. I have definite plans. I'll show you them soon. Ahem. He crossed his arms with a doubtful look. But it was already too late. The summoning had been started, and the White Knight completely covered us. The only thing we could do was meet Sword Saint. I closed my eyes and, the transmission is complete. When I opened my eyes, I was already on the 12th floor. It was completely different from the 11th floor. Like the exact opposite. If the 11th floor was a dirty and intense battlefield, the 12th floor was an extravagant palace. It was the imperial palace of the Ejim Empire. No. I looked around. Since the politics in the palace are as dirty and intense. In the reception room, other high challengers were summoned. There were people I saw for the first time, but most of them were hunters I met already, like Witch and Count. Of course. They weren't the leaders of the large guilds for nothing. I met the eyes of the other hunters. Oh? All of their reactions were different. There were some hunters who were smiling brightly at me like they knew I would be here, and there were some with grimaces like they never would have expected me here. Hunter Kim Gongja. You were amazing. The heretic questioner was the former. I saw what you did on the 11th floor. To use the NPCs that way. I was touched. He ran over to me. Because he was so short, he seemed like a tiny puppy. Is the sword on your waist a special item? The NPCs seem to follow you right away after seeing you had this sword. Did you get this as a reward for clearing the 10th floor? Well, I guess, as expected. He was all smiles looking up at me. You used the 10th floor reward to clear the 11th floor. Your application skills are amazing. No, well. Not that, from now, a lot of hunters will be jealous of you. They might even treat you as a lucky parvenu. Ignore them. It's all thanks to your skills. What was this person? An angel? Beihurayang shouted. It was different from his usual teasing tone. He was frantic. Be careful. Behind you. Then. Before Beihurayang could finish, everything ended. The first person to react was the heretic questioner in front of me. His jolly eyes were gone, and they were replaced with narrowed ones. He pulled my wrist back. I toppled over, not being able to catch my balance. One step. The heretic questioner pulled me back and stepped up instead. Holy technique, inner god. He quietly muttered to himself. Then the sound of iron crashing against something else rang out. It was simple iron. It was an attack with clear murderous intent. Ha! The heretic questioner laughed. His eyes weren't laughing. That's surprising, Sword Saint. When did you become an assassin? Move. An old man dressed in a suit. Sword Saint spoke coldly. His sword was raised at us. No. Never mind. I'm going to kill that guy. It wasn't raised at us, but at me. Silence descended on the reception room. Like there was electricity in the air, my body felt sparked. Only heretic questioner spoke in an attitude that wasn't much different than before. Excuse me. But by that guy are you talking about Kim Gongja Hunter? Of course. Sword Saint replied. If you don't move from there, one of your arms will be cut off as well. The heretic questioner had a beaming smile. That's a bit difficult. I can't move for you. Hunter Kim Gongja has received the acknowledgement of the 5 large guilds, including the 10,000 temple. If I let him die, the reputation of the 5 large guilds will be hurt. You want to lose an arm, I see. Youngster. That's a bit difficult as well. My arms are still useful to me. The heretic questioner tilted his head, still smiling. Can you tell me why you're targeting Hunter Kim Gongja? I don't have to tell you. Are you saying you won't give him up? Move and stop the nonsense. Sword Saint firmly refused. Yeah. In his eyes, I was a slaughterer who killed over 4,000 people. Since he didn't know my skill, he would react like that. I'll say it again, but I'm going to kill that guy. Then you've left me with no choice. The heretic questioner gathered his hands. I'll control you here. Holy technique, transmission god. Suddenly, light exploded behind Sword Saint. 2 hunters appeared from the tight. Shenmue Master Venomous Snake. Civil Melita's Vice Guild Leader Crusader. The 2 hunters shouted. Both of their weapons were pointed at the Sword Saint. Hi-ya. Sword Saint furrowed his eyebrows. These pricks, he clicked his tongue. During the span of one click, he swung his sword once. His blue aura split the air and spilt blood. 2 slashes. With just 2 attacks, the Crusader's cheek was hurt. The venomous snake's arm was bleeding. This, monstrous geezer. It happened in an instant. What does that oldie eat to be that energetic? Please, age. Retire. Because of you, young people can't move up. Venomous Snake gritted his teeth and shouted. Sword Saint lightly snorted. Aren't you over 40 now? Looking at the real young ones, you're also old. Funny. 40s are still young. That's when you're real life baggy, Shenmue Master. You are old. You are almost blind. That damn zealot is on my side, right? Sigh. Crusader sighed. Focus on the opponent at hand. We're at a disadvantage. Even while sighing, Crusader didn't let down her guard. No, she seemed even more nervous. The heretic questioner, venomous snake, and Crusader. The highest three hunters were fighting together, but the sword saint was still gang. TN, GG as in go go. We're definitely at a disadvantage like this. Did the heretic questioner feel it too? He smiled brightly and requested for help. Count. What? Please give me some money. How much? Thankfully the sword saint hasn't lost his mind yet. It'll be enough to control him for some time. 10,000 gold please. 15% interest. Count unfolded her fan while quietly watching the fight. 3 months' time. Is this good? Haha. You've misunderstood me. I didn't ask to borrow money. I said to give me money. Huh. Are you asking a merchant to donate? Yes. That's it. Isn't it money you got from dirty deeds anyway? I'll use it a good place, so repent at the temple and go to heaven. You're a worse thief than me. Count shook her head and pulled something out. It was a pouch with a snail pattern on it. Count untied the gold string at its entrance. Withdraw, 10,000 gold. The pouch opened its mouth. A bunch of coins fell out. The pouch itself was probably a rare item. As gold coins formed a small mountain, Count took her pouch back. There. Take it, priest. It's exactly 10,000 gold. I'll take it well. The heretic questioner smiled exuberantly and gathered his two hands. Holy technique, devotion. The gold on the floor emitted a light. A golden light filled the reception room. I in the middle of it, heretic questioner muttered, moving his hands rapidly. Holy transfer, physique strengthening. Receiver, Crusader and venomous snake. Time, 300 times. Gold will grab our hands. Technique complete. Humph, and something strange happened. All the gold on the floor disappeared like it had never been there. Instead, the light from the coins landed on the Crusader and the venomous snake. It was like aura. The heretic questioner spread his arms apart, saying, "Here we go." For 300 seconds, Crusader and Shenmue Master will become noticeably different. Sword Saint. Even if you're strong, you can't bear the attack of the four of us. Me, Count, Crusader, and Shenmue Master. And the Count's treasury isn't empty. Haha. I don't know if it ever will. If you want to test whether the Count will become bankrupt first, or if your neck will be cut off first, go ahead. Count pouted from far away. Why are you pulling my treasury into this test? I just donated because that zealot told me to. Phew. Being a merchant is hard both inside and outside the tower. And if I added something to that? A cold voice spoke. It was the witch. The rank 2 hunter broke her silence. She looked at Sword Saint with an expressionless face. It won't end with the 4. I'll show my intent to participate in the fight right now. Because Hunter Kim Gongja has made a deal with the 5 large guilds. Sword Saint frowned. A deal? Yeah. A deal. The witch nodded. Hunter Kim Gongja isn't bound to a single place but applied to all 5 large guilds. In return, we promise to treat him as an equal. Sword Saint. If you pull your sword towards Kim Gongja, that means you're attacking all of us. Of course, by us, I'm talking about the 5 large guilds. She pulled out some mirrors. Black Dragon. Sangrian. 10,000 Temple. Shenmue Mun. Civil Militia. The mirrors floated up by themselves. And they started to spin around. 1. 2. 3. In total, the 6 mirrors spun around the witch like they were hunting dogs protecting her. Can you really deal with all of us, Sword Saint? Swish. The 5 hunters all pulled out their weapons towards Sword Saint. The old sword wielder was quiet. Yes. Even if the Sword Saint is freakishly strong. In this moment, he's not strong enough to have all of the 5 large clans as his enemies. This was why I made a deal with the guild masters. A day when I was stronger than Sword Saint could come. No, it would. But it wasn't today or tomorrow. So until that day came, I had to have a safety net. I inwardly smiled. Do you remember what I said on the 11th floor? What? That there are two ways to deal with a powerful opponent. Be a one-man army strong enough to chew your enemy up. Or, make my own army and fight back. The Sword Saint is nothing more than a solo player. But I was different. I already have allies. So if Sword Saint and I fought, it would be my victory. See? This is my plan. Go ahead, be odd. Tisk tsk. What a weak ass. Beihurayang sighed. But his face didn't look too bad. He seemed pretty satisfied that I came up to the 12th floor with a strategy. That ghost, although he didn't show it, worried about a lot of things. I took a step forward. Sword Saint Nim. The hunters all looked at me. And Sword Saint was amongst them. I smiled on purpose to seem relaxed. And I looked Sword Saint in the eye. Can we talk? Listen well. Because Sir Gongja is speaking. Talk? Yes. To be honest, I'm a bit taken aback right now. On the stage of the 12th floor, the palace, we were in the reception room. My voice rang out in the middle of it. I don't know why you're attacking me. You may be seeing me for the first time, but I used to admire your sword technique. Since you're raising your sword to me like that, it's really awkward for me. Sword Saint's face stiffened. Even though I was telling the truth. I guess he would be like that. There was a reason his face hardened like that. The first day he met me, the day that he didn't remember, Sword Saint had said this. Did you think I wouldn't know you were an assassin sent from Black Dragon? I don't know if the witch sent you, but I'll do my best to kill you. He thought I was an assassin. And an assassin from the Black Dragon at that. He was probably thinking the same thing right now. That I was an assassin employed by Black Dragon who killed many innocent lives. No, he might be even more sure of himself now. Or a special assassin from the 5 large guilds. Right. Beihurayang nodded his head. From another's perspective, you're really weird. Exactly. The appearance of a new hero when no one was expecting it. An E-class hunter had cleared the unclearable stage. And as soon as he did, he made a deal with the 5 large guilds and was promised to be treated the same way as the guild masters. It's too strange. Right. From what Grandpops Marcus sees, you're not a hunter who worked hard to get there. You're a fake hero that the large guilds set up. Tsk. Beihurayang sked his tongue. Zombie. How many was your kill count at? 4,090? It's probably at 4,093 now. Right. The 4093 Grandpops Marcus sees is just the number of people you've killed. Because you're not a hunter that moves alone, but a hunter that was created by the large guilds. That was the only result that the Sword Saint could come to. And yes. The same bunch. He probably thinks of it as a number that I killed on orders from the large guilds. The large guilds that ruled the tower. That they had killed 4,093 humans. It was a misunderstanding, but to him, it was probably a dirty sight. Huh. If he was less of a just geezer, he would have stepped back here. Babylon is no different from the outer world. But the Sword Saint didn't know how to step back. Even if he did, he denied it. After I entered the tower, you begged of me every day. To apply in a guild. But I refused. Do you know that? Sword Saint gripped his sword even more. His hands were old. Skin sagged. But the veins that popped out weren't old at all. A lion's teeth weren't less sharp because of age. I wanted to show that in this tower. That in this new world, you could rule at the top alone. The Sword Saint looked around him with violent eyes. Family, country, where you're from. Unlike the outer world, you can survive by yourself with a sword in this palace. If you work hard, you can succeed. To show that hope to people, I didn't join a guild until now. But what have you guys done? He lifted his blade. You're no different from the rotten water riddled with dirt. The guild master squirmed. Rage. Humiliation. Hate. Emotions swirled in their eyes. What the Sword Saint just said was an announcement for war. There were some who just smiled like it was nothing, like the heretic questioner, but most of the guild masters' faces didn't look too good. Sword Saint. I don't know about others but you, huh? You forgot about how you just skipped out when we were subjugating the 5th floor? Seems like you forgot because of Alzheimer's. Yeah, Mr. Callenberry. If you used your connections from the outer world, we would have more food, and Sangrian, they all shouted. All the hunters here had known each other from the beginning of the tower. Was it because they had a lot of held-back emotions towards each other? As emotion clashed against emotion, the atmosphere in the reception room soon became dark. If you're a rank 1, you should have shown the attitude appropriate of it. But you were all good yourself. You lived by yourself. Do you know how many hunters we could have saved if you didn't act so arrogant? The Witch of Black Dragon spoke like she was cursing him. It's not just the 5th floor. If you helped us on the 7th and 9th floor, we would have suffered half the damage. The venomous snake of Chen Mu Mun showed murderous intent. Someone who was from a rich family in the outside world. If you helped a bit, the tower would have been more settled. We're rotten water? Fine. Then you're a kid that doesn't have any responsibility. Count glared at him. It was a mess. Even with the curses and murderous gazes of the guild masters, Sword Saint just grimaced. Every time he spoke, he made it worse. Be quiet. What are you adults blabbering on about? Do you think I'm your grandfather? Put it away. If you're gonna attack, attack with the sword. The reception room became uncontrollably violent. Dang. As expected of grandpops. Definitely my one and only disciple. Behu Ryong could read the mood and just exclaimed in astonishment. There's nothing more disgusting than players talking about connections or politics. If you have time to worry about that, you should fight with your sword instead. What he said made sense. But I had a regretful heart. Even in a place with just 10 people, you fight. The hunters all looked at me. I sighed. Even the NPCs of the 11th floor fought to protect their empire. But look. Hunters like us are just pointing fingers at each other saying whose fault it is. Isn't it embarrassing to be worse than NPCSs? Hunter Kim Gongja. The witch spoke. It doesn't have anything to do with you. It's worse than what you, I know. I get it, but there's something that we should do if we're hunters. I looked around the reception room. Let's focus on clearing the 12th floor first. It's good to give hope to people, and respectable to decrease damage, it's all good. But please work at clearing the stage that's in front of you. I especially looked at Sword Saint. They're just NPCs, but their empire is in danger. They want help. If we were summoned as warriors and just fight with words amongst ourselves, how pathetic is that? I was being genuine. Sword Saint couldn't threaten my life here anyway. Since the gap in power was too clear. Then my only focus was clearing the 12th floor. I wasn't interested in their politics or their emotional qualms. What's a warrior? Helping others solve what they can't. Since we cleared the 11th floor, let's solve the other stages as well. Kim Gongja is right. Thankfully, there was a hunter who agreed. Crusader. The Civil Melita's vice guild leader stepped up. I don't understand why Sword Saint attacked Kim Gongja. But this isn't the time for use to fight. That one thing is clear. You're all too tense right now. Crusader stepped to the center. But no one let their guards down. Sword Saint, Venomous Snake, Count, and Heretic Questioner were still ready to attack if needed. They were too distrustful of each other to convince each other with words. Because of the emotions that were held back for a long amount of time. Sigh. Realizing that, Crusader sighed. Fine. I'll sacrifice a little. At the word sacrifice, the hunters looked back. Crusader murmured to herself at the center of attention. Skill card open. Whoosh. Light soared up from Crusader's hand. A moment later, a silver card appeared. It was a card that no one else could see unless the hunter allowed them to. It was the skill card of Crusader. Vice Guild Leader. The witch seemed worried about the Crusader. The high rankers didn't reveal their skill cards towards others. It was the secret weapon of a hunter. Showing it to others was like revealing your weakness. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Then Crusader flipped the card over. Look closely. Plus, lie detection, rank, A effects, you can tell whether someone is lying or not. It applies to not only people, but NPCs and monsters. But what they think of as truth may actually be false. Trust. Doubt. It all lies in your hands. However, you cannot guarantee that others will believe what you say as the truth. My eyes widened. Lie detection. It was the skill that the Flame Emperor lied about having. So, Crusader had it, and not Flame Emperor. It fits the Vice Guild Master of the Civil Master perfectly. The Civil Militia was a guild that maintained order. Crimes were rampant in the tower. Like this. The Flame Emperor or Sword Saint killed people where others couldn't see. It was this kind of world. Lie detection could be used in telling criminals apart. As you can see. The Crusader spoke with the card in hand. I have the ability to tell whether someone is lying. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say this is the skill that got me to where I am. Sword Saint. What? If you trust me, ask anything you want to Kim Gongja. I'll tell you whether he's telling the truth or not. The Crusader looked at me and Sword Saint with apathetic eyes. Kim Gongja. Same goes for me. If you believe me, I can guarantee whether what you're saying is the truth. Doubt is poison that swallows humans up, and truth is the most powerful antidote. You can't regain the lost trust, but with this, we'll be able to work together on the 12th floor. The Sword Saint was deep in thought, rubbing his beard. Wow. And I thought to myself. It's lit. This was the best opportunity. It was luck that I didn't expect to come my way. But, this was right. The reason why the Sword Saint was suspicious of me was because of his skill. Since a skill had made him suspicious, a skill could be used to resolve it. I'm fine with that. I answered immediately. It would be advantageous to the person who accepted it first. Crusader. You're the only person who hasn't hurt anyone here. Fine. I'll believe you as well. The Sword Saint spoke mysterious words and accepted it. Crusader nodded. Then I'll take it that both of you agree. Sword Saint. Ask what you want to Kim Gongja. I'll put my honor on the line and fairly judge your answers. Sword Saint glared at me. His face was ready, like he had been waiting for this moment. Was it because he wanted to prove how bad I was? His eyes were full of victory. No. Behu Ryong spoke up next to me. No, Grandpops Marcus. You boomer. This is why I said not to rely too much on your skill. One who lives by skills dies by it. No. Please be quiet. Unfortunately, Grandpops Marcus couldn't hear Behu Ryong's voice. This ghost bastard was my ghost bastard. Hunter Kim Gongja. Yes. You killed over 4,000 people. Isn't that true? Swish. He pointed at me with his free hand. What was I supposed to say? He sounded like he was saying, how do you like it now? Your bad deeds have been revealed to the world. I smiled. Yes. Haha, see. You bastards. I'll report to the world what kind of things you did using this assassin. False. The Crusader spoke. What? Not true. The Crusader spoke indifferently again. Didn't he say yes to your question? That answer was false. So to organize things, Kim Gongja didn't kill over 4,000 people. Do you have any more questions? Silence. While the Sword Saint shut his mouth, Crusader tilted her head. But 4,000. Is it possible for one person to kill that many people? I think that's almost impossible. That, you used this youngest as a special assassin, I brightly smiled. You're right. I'm a special assassin. Not true. Sword Saint dropped his mouth open. See, Crusader. I saw you wrong. I thought you wouldn't lie. If you'll believe me or not, is up to you. Crusader replied calmly. That's why I asked if you would believe me at the beginning. If you change what you're saying now, it's a bit pathetic. No, it's really pathetic. Sword Saint. It's unlike how I thought of you. Wait. The Sword Saint frantically looked at me. But there's no way you didn't kill anyone. Yes. That's right. I did get rid of someone once. Crusader nodded. It's the truth. See? But it's just one person. What? Crusader nodded again. It's true. Of course, just because I killed one person doesn't change the fact that I'm a murderer. But Sword Saint Nim. Even though I can't be clean, I can tell you this. That bastard really deserved to die. Because he tried to kill me first. It's the truth. No, he would have been a gentleman if he just tried to kill me. He massacres people. Massacres. I saw him kill someone, but dang, he didn't even blink an eye as he burned someone to death. That fucking bastard. It's the truth. Although I don't know for sure, he probably killed tens, no hundreds of people. Yes. He's definitely someone to do that. I killed someone like that. Curse me as a murderer if you want to. But did you know? Even if I go back to the past, I'll get rid of him. Dang. Shit. I don't know how someone can be as evil as him. Crusader nodded her head. It's all true. Sword Saint was silent. He slowly looked around him. He didn't understand the situation, but now, he probably did after looking around. Because the guild masters were all looking at him like, what are you doing? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Heretic Questioner burst out laughing. Kim Gongja, the special assassin of the 5 large guilds. How funny. It would be nice if that was true, but Sword Saint. We met Kim Gongja for the first time yesterday. That's also true, by the way. The Sword Saint's silence was deeper. Tisk tsk tsk tsk. One who lives by skills, dies by them. Behu Ryan continued to click his tongue next to me. Well, I've answered everything. I smiled. What Sir Gongja said really was all correct. It seems like there was a misunderstanding. It's a good thing that was it. But Sword Saint. If I was really, I think a word of apology is appropriate here. What do you say? Crusader nodded her head. It's the perfect truth. With any lie. Quickly apologize to Kim Gongja. Sword Saint. The geezer paled. Sword Saint spoke after a considerable amount of time had passed. The hunters were looking at Sword Saint. His lips were dry. To Kim Gongja, Sword Saint could say a lot of things here. He could just not believe Crusader. He didn't have any reason to. Even though Crusader was famed for being just and righteous, she was in the 5 large guilds. Why did he have to trust her? You're all trying to trick me. Could be what Sword Saint said. Or, he could reveal his own skill card. The power that showed an opponent's kill count. But it wasn't wise to show others your skill. However, it was still enough. I didn't suspect Kim Gongja because I'm a boomer. It's all because of my skill. What can I do when this is what my skill says? Isn't it obvious that someone should trust their skill before they trust a person first? It was natural for people to excuse themselves. Or there are psychopaths that just kill others like the Flame Emperor. distrust, excuses, shutting their mouths. The Flame Emperor proved that he was a psychopath by choosing the method of shutting someone's mouth, and Sword Saint would show what kind of person he was from this. Sword Saint wet his lips. And he decided. Did you say your name was Kim Gongja? Yes. If you didn't kill innocent people like I thought, no. That's not it. Sword Saint shook his head while he was speaking. Caching. As he pulled his sword back in, sighs of relief could be heard in the reception room. The hunters around Sword Saint looked less nervous. Among them, Sword Saint tightened his necktie. I'll speak again. He bowed his head. I'm sincerely sorry. The old man was apologizing. I was wrong. I misunderstood, so I almost killed someone. I always thought that I should kill anyone I judged deserving to be killed. I killed by my beliefs. He bent his head even more. But from now, that won't happen again. His low voice rumbled in the reception room. Just apologizing with words is useless. If you want anything, I'll try to uphold it. It would be nice if I could say that, but self-deprecation was mixed in his voice. Please don't ask for my life. I ask you. I still want to live. I want to see the top of this tower. I made a big mistake, and almost killed you. But please forgive this old man and let him live. The palace's reception room became quiet. The old man could have made a different choice. He could have not tourised the Crusader, or excused himself with his skill. But he didn't. Instead, he acknowledged that he might be wrong. The Crusader glanced at me. Our eyes met. She nodded her head silently. We didn't speak, but I knew what the Crusader was saying. It's the truth. Everything he said was true. His apology, and his promise not to kill people based on his skill. Not only that, but the fact that he didn't want to die. That he wanted to live more. To forgive him. That boomer. Beihurayang muttered. But he didn't say anything more. He just looked at the old man who was once his disciple with eyes mixed with regret. Was he trying to say he could leave it up to me whether or not I should forget Sword Saint/Nim? After hearing his silence, I decided. Sword Saint Nim. Go ahead. Teach me the sword. Sword Saint lifted his bent head to look at me. Teach, please accept my sparring request if I ever ask. I did get a teacher, but I don't have a sparring partner. If you do it, that would be nice. And I had promised Beihurayang on the 11th floor as well. That before I cleared the 20th floor, I would officially start to train. It would be appropriate if I had Sword Saint as my sparring partner. I would gain growth and benefits for myself. No. That wasn't it. That wasn't how I wanted that to come out. I shook my head. Sorry. Allow me to rephrase. To be honest, I can just forgive you. But. I opened my mouth. It's a bit embarrassing. I seem like a nicer person than you. I'm not that amazing a person. I'm just happy that I won't be an enemy to a strong hunter like you. But it seems a bit embarrassing to forgive you like nothing happened when we all lifted our blades. And it's embarrassing to pretend to be nice as well. I just don't like it. So teach me something that's most useful out of what you have. A sword technique. For some reason, I was embarrassed. No, my cheek was twitching. Then I won't be embarrassed, and your reputation won't be hurt. Shit. To think that it was this embarrassing to speak your mind. Gosh. Sword Saint had asked to forgive him since his life was special to him, right? He looked pretty prideful. He was amazing. Dope. Could you really ask something sincerely to forgive you? Beg? I could never. Ever. I'd rather die. Goodness. Crusader muttered. Surprisingly, it's all true. Silence descended on the reception room again. It was heavy. It was the same silence as before, but it felt completely different. The venomous snake spoke first. Really? You can ask anything of Sword Saint, but it's embarrassing to act arrogant. So you want him to be just your sparring partner? It's hard to believe, but it's true according to my skill at least. What the heck? Is that newbie some kind of gift set? Shut up before I cook you into snake soup. How fresh. The witch spoke incredulously. How should I say this? After seeing children who do anything to get more, it's been a while since I saw a hunter like Kim Gongja. I guess they were still living. They were dead. Very. Specifically, over 4,000 times. Good? For some reason, Heretic Questioner was tearing up. Someone who sincerely forgives and someone who is sincerely apologizing. How beautiful. Indeed. Humans endlessly fight. However, that is the reason why they can endlessly forgive. What a holy miracle this is. Everyone. Shut the fuck up. Yes, sir. At a word from the venomous snake, the Heretic Questioner really shut up. It was a surprising miracle. Excuse me. It's nice to see that it ended nicely. Does this mean that my 10,000 gold was wasted? No one listened to her. I sighed. I was craving some soju right now. Anyways. Sword Saint Nim. I don't need to train sword techniques now. You can help me when I ask. Please be my sparring partner. Sword Saint was quiet for a moment. He just stared at my face. Then, he slowly opened his mouth. His mustache and his lips were shaking. I can't believe I misunderstood such a kind youngster. Oh. You wanted me to teach you the sword. You said you wanted me to be your sparring partner? Of course, of course. I'll be your sparring partner. He grasped my hand. Excuse me. Sword Saint Nim? Call me Grandpa Marcus. Sorry? How old is our Gongja? I think you're not over 30 yet. In the outside world, I left a very kind granddaughter outside. She's extremely kind. If she enters the tower as well, I'll appeal for your charm. No. It's really okay, I wasn't interested in dating. My hand hurt more than anything. My hand. His power was extremely powerful, as fitting of rank 1. What? You're not interested in my granddaughter? Yes. Sorry, it's not just your granddaughter, but I don't have interest in dating Itzy. Oh ho. That's not good. His grip on my hand leveled up. Youngsters should feel the love. You don't have to marry. But dating is necessary. If you start dating, you see things that you didn't before, and you learn new things. Yup. And you learn how pathetic you can become. Oh. I see, how important is it to know how pathetic you can become? I'll tell you my case. When I was 16, I used to laugh at the world. But I met her, who was the same age as me, This old man suddenly became extremely annoying. His face was too close as well. I could see the pores on his nose, and even the blackheads. It was honestly burdensome. I hoped he would get off of me quickly. I said he was a boomer. Behu Ryong clicked his tongue. Whether you say it nicely or rudely, he's a boomer. Do you know what a boomer is? Someone who doesn't listen to others. Grandpops Marcus doesn't listen to others. Nicely said, it means he's got a backbone. Or it means that his backbone is so stuck up that he's gotta stick up his you-know-what. I didn't know. I didn't even want to know. Anyways, don't worry. Youngster Gongja. From now on, I'll take care of you well. Do you want an allowance? I stacked up so much money in Sangrian's safe that I don't even know where to use it. I can earn my own money. And an allowance? I'm an adult now too, looking at your clothes, it's too casual. Ahem. A person's outfit should be neat for their mind to be clear. I know a good tailor. How about a suit? What? I should have been happy to be liked by the rank one. But I wasn't. Rather, I was extremely embarrassed. It felt like I was listening to my actual grandfather brag about me. Why was I feeling embarrassed? What should I do? Should I just kill myself and start the day over? Crazy bastard. It was then. Welcome, Hunter Kim Gong-ja. You have cleared the 11th floor as the rank one. A voice rang in my head. Like it had been waiting for the fight to end. 3. I automatically looked around me. Most people were sighing in relief. They looked relieved that the Sword Saint had stopped fighting. It seemed like no one had heard the voice. I'm first. I smiled. I don't know why, but the information about the subjugation on the 12th floor to the 20th floor was extremely limited. Was it because the media was blocked? There wasn't any information about the specifics. Before I regressed 4,000 times, unlike the other floors, information of the 12th to the 20th floor wasn't that well known. Like the large guilds had tried to hide the information on purpose. The 11th floor clear reward is being given. I was able to see the reason why soon enough. The goddess of protection is suggesting a reward to you. The devil king of fall rain is suggesting a reward to you. Choose between the two rewards. Huh? I blinked my eyes. Pick a reward? I heard a voice that I hadn't heard on the stage before. As if responding to my surprised reaction, a selection window popped up in front of me. Plus, Goddess of Protection, summary, the goddess who protects the Ejim Empire is touched at your dedication. The goddess has decided to appoint you to an important position. You can be the Chancellor, Supreme General, or the Grand Master. If you choose a position, you will also receive the powers that come along with it. Warrior of the Goddess. Work with your fellow warriors. And destroy the core of the Devil King on the 20th floor. However, if you choose the Devil King's reward, you cannot choose the goddess's reward. Plus I slowly read the reward, nodding my head. It's the same as I know already. Role-playing. Hunters would become members of the Ejim Empire. Some could be the Chancellor, and others could be the Grand Masters. It wasn't just a position. You would receive the authority and abilities that came with it. The special classes you can choose on the 12th floor are being marked. And rewards were given to the hunters that were ranked higher. The authority to choose before others first. Plus, Chancellor of Ejim Empire, Supreme General of Ejim Empire, Director of Financial Affairs of Ejim Empire, Director of Foreign Affairs of Ejim Empire, Grand Master of Ejim Empire, Head Bodyguard of Ejim Empire, plus fancy positions were lined up. Dang. I exclaimed to myself. I was only able to choose a role like Bodyguard A before, even before I regressed, I climbed to the 12th floor. But in completely different circumstances. The higher rankers had taken all the good positions for themselves. But how was the situation now? The stage rewards are really good, I guess. I was able to pick from the Chancellor and the Supreme General. But what's the reward of the Devil King? I lifted my head. Information that I was seeing for the first time was on there. Plus, Devil King of Fall Rain, summary, the Devil King is impressed by you. The Devil King suggests a secret alliance. The same things that the goddess offered, along with another present. Kill the other top 10 rankers. If you do, you will be able to use the authority of the Devil King and go straight to the 99th floor. However, only one from the top 10 can receive this reward. If the majority do not choose this reward, it is chosen randomly. If no one chooses, the offer disappears. Plus. I was left speechless. When I reacted a moment later, two voices overlapped in my head. What? Huh? It was Behu Ryong and me. We blinked and read the reward of the Devil King again. But it was still the same. Kill the other top 10 rankers. If you do, you will be able to use the authority of the Devil King and go straight to the 99th floor. It definitely said that. I looked around. Sword Saint. Witch. Heretic questioner. Count. Venomous snake. and Crusader. They were all accomplished rankers. If I kill all these people, I can go straight to the 99th floor. I swallowed. For the last time, a voice rang in my head. Hunter Kim Gongja. Choose from the two rewards. We were silent. It was a silence between just Bei Hurayang and me. The reward of the Devil King. The 99th floor. I read the rewards of the Devil King again and again. The words that I could be sent straight to the 99th floor spun around my head. It's a trap. Bei Hurayang cut my thoughts off like he read my thoughts. It's definitely a trap. Zombie. Don't fall for it. I know. Of course it's a trap. I murmured inside my head. It was obvious the reward was a trap. Because there's no way the Flame Plague wouldn't have chosen the Devil King's reward otherwise. Since he was the psychopath of the century, he would have definitely chosen the Devil King's reward. Since he doesn't care about whether another player dies or not. But he was on the 40th floor and not the 99th floor. So that means, I tried to calmly think things through. The reward of the Devil King is a trap. The Flame Plague probably chose the Devil King's reward and regressed after figuring out it was a trap. I don't know exactly what trap it is but, to be honest, I want it. My heart pumped. This is a chance to get a skill of the 99th floor boss monster. I was different from you, Suha. I didn't have to defeat the boss monster. I would benefit if I was just killed by it. He'll be the strongest boss monster other than the 100th floor. It would be a lie if I wasn't tempted. The 99th floor, how long would it take for me to get to the 99th floor using normal means? 1 year? 5? 10? It might even take longer. Since even the psychopath Flame Emperor was only on the 40th floor after 10 years. But all of that. At once. Gongja. Bei Hurayang stared at me. Don't. It was a voice I had never heard before. He was seriously looking at my face. Look at me. I'm the Sword Emperor. I went to the 99th floor by myself and failed. I'm telling you, this is a trap. A horrible trap. It's too hard for you to kill the top 10 rank players with your skills. Even if you kill them all, you can't climb over the wall of the 99th floor. Give up. I was silent. Was it because he was the only person to reach the 99th floor in this tower? He seemed credible. Is the 99th floor boss monster that strong? Bei Hurayang frowned. There's none. What? There's no boss monster on the 99th floor. There's something that's worse, bleh. I suddenly thought of the past. Anyways, this is a trap. He sat with his back to me. He was like a little kid didn't get his candy. I was a bit flustered. Wait, just what's on the 99th floor? You're scaring me. I've never seen you like this before. Is it something like a devil god if it's not a monster? Humph. I'm not telling you. I said that wrong. He wasn't like a kid, he was a kid. I don't want to acknowledge it, but you're doing pretty well, Kim Zombie. Just keep on doing as you are. Then you can clear the 99th floor. I was deep in thought. I rubbed my sword that was in its sheath. It was the sword that killed me over 4,000 times. It was the sword that I used to kill you, Suha. It was nothing more than a cheap sword, but touching it comforted me. All right. I came to my decision. I'll throw away this regression. His ears twitched. Throw it away? Yes. I'm going to pick the most safe route for me. Ignoring all things like rewards and benefits. I'm going to see how everything turns out first. Ignoring rewards and benefits, huh? Are you going to reject the reward of the goddess, too? Why? You don't have to go that far. It's okay. I'm taking a step back so I can run forward. You had to take the longer route the most rushed you were. I slowly opened my mouth. Everyone. All the hunters in the reception room looked at me. The rewards of the 11th floor just popped up for me. Really? That's nice. The witch reacted first. Was it because she hadn't seen the reward of the goddess and the reward of the devil king yet? Her face was as indifferent as ever. I was starting to get bored wondering how long we would have to wait for the quest. If you pick the reward first, we can pick according to our ranks after. Choose slowly. Yes, ma'am. I've already decided. I announced in front of all the high rankers. I didn't choose any reward. The reception room was silent. Heretic Questioner and Venomous Snake, who were playing cards off to the side, turned to look at me as well. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. 1 second. After a silence, the witch wrinkled her forehead. What? But it was too late. You have not chosen a stage reward. You cannot choose the special class. If you give up the reward, you can only choose the roles after the 13th floor. Are you really choosing this? I answered firmly. Yes, I, Kim Gongja, will not choose any reward. The selection window in front of me crumbled to pieces. It wasn't just that. A holy voice and a dark voice rang in my head. The goddess of protection is questioning your decision. The devil king of fall rain laughs darkly. The hunters all looked disbelieving. Kim Gongja? What did you just? Then, Sword Saint wrinkled his forehead. His old eyes scanned midair. After me, rank 1, Sword Saint was rank 2. He was looking at the rewards now. I understand. You chose the safest option. Sword Saint looked at me. But isn't there no need to give up the reward? Youngster. This may be an old man's foolish concern, but I don't think you need to give up like that for your safety. Thank you for your concern. However, I don't regret it. It's a relief if you don't regret it, but, he trailed off. The other hunters looked at us confusedly. They looked like they didn't understand what we were talking about. No. He shook his head. Just giving up the reward is too mild. Sorry, youngster. I'll choose the goddess's reward. And choose the Grand Master of Ejim Empire. Creak. It was the moment Sword Saint made his decision. The reception room door opened. A bunch of knights walked out. They were wearing fancy shining armor, and they kneeled in front of the old man, pledging allegiance to the highest sword of the empire. Oh ho! Sword Saint looked amusedly down at the knights. So this is how the roles are decided. Aha. So? Next was Heretic Questioner. Rank 3 of the stage. He tilted his head, and exclaimed with an aha. He seemed to have understood the situation now. I see. I understand now. Haha. It's similar to the Mafia game. Other than us, the other hunters still looked confused. The witch narrowed her yes. I have no idea what you people are saying. Don't worry. I'll tell you right away. The Heretic Questioner raised his hands. Words started to be written on the ground. He had used aura to carve letters in the marble. Look, everyone. Hunters crowded around to look at the ground. Plus, Goddess of Protection, summary, the goddess who protects the Ejim Empire is touched at your dedication. The goddess has decided to appoint you to an important position. Plus the hunters started to murmur amongst themselves. What? The 99th floor? Legit. They didn't have much of a reaction when they read the goddess's reward. But their eyes changed remarkably at the Devil King's reward. The witch's gaze especially turned darker. Yup. It's similar to the Mafia game. For convenience's sake, I'll call those who chose the goddess's reward, Warrior, S, and those who choose the other option, Betrayer, S. He smiled warmly. But there's a big difference. The Betrayer is at more of a disadvantage than a Mafia. Because there are 9 warriors, but only 1 betrayer. And we have the Vice Guild Master of the Civil Militia. The Heretic Questioner pointed at the Crusader. The crusader was looking at the marble floor with an apathetic face. Think of it. The vice guildmaster has a lie detection skill. Haha. Compared to the mafia game, she's like the police. So even if someone chooses the Devil King's reward, it's okay. Because the betrayer will be reported right away. You're right. Crusader slowly lifted her head. If you believe me. Anyways, this game is advantageous to the warriors. Hunter Kim Gongja. Giving up the reward was an extreme solution. Heretic questioner fixed his hat. You didn't accept any reward even though you defeated the 11th floor as rank 1. It's a very hard thing for me to imagine. With respect towards your decision, I'll choose the Supreme General of Ejim Empire. Creak. The reception door opened again. General NPCs entered with their flowing red capes. The general stood in front of the heretic questioner and saluted. Allegiance towards the highest flag of the empire. Ah, amazing. I leave it in your hands as well. The general NPCs lined up behind the heretic questioner. This was the deciding factor. TSK. I hate using my head. So you're saying it's better to choose a reward, right? Then I'll choose the head bodyguard of Ejim Empire. Venomous snake. Then me, the director of foreign affairs of Ejim Empire. It looks the most normal. Crusader. I'll choose the chancellor. Please, don't choose the reward of the Devil King. It'll disappear if no one chooses it. That's the most wise decision. Everyone be careful. The witch. Don't worry. Well, of course it's Director of Financial Affairs. The Count. The rest of the hunters had chosen their rewards. The reception room was filled with NPCs. The amount of knightage behind Sword Saint increased, and behind the witch, there were countless emissaries. Wow. Only one place in the reception place was empty. Behind me. You were really the only person not to get a reward. Are you going to be okay, zombie? I know you're throwing this regression away, but isn't this too bad? It's fine. I was sure. It might have been my instinct as a hunter. This is the answer. When you had to attack the target. When you had to step back. The calculation of the rewards is finished. Felt that this was the time to step back. The highest rankers have completed their choices. Kim Gongja, Sword Saint, Heretic Questioner, Venomous Snake, Crusader, Witch, Count, a voice rang in the reception room. The hunters quietly exchanged glances when their names were announced. Disclaimer of the reward, 1 person. Everyone turned to look at me. Of them, I was the only person to announce that I gave up the reward. The hunters made expressions like they couldn't believe I did that. Receivers of the goddess's reward, 8 people. And soon, their faces hardened. Receiver of the Devil King's reward, 1 person. The hunters all looked at each other. Total 10 people. All the highest rankers have finished making their decisions. Letting everyone know again. There was silence. Disclaimer of the reward, 1 person. Receivers of the goddess's reward, 8 people. Receiver of the Devil King's reward, 1 person. All the highest rankers have finished making their decisions. It was a long silence. May luck be with everyone. Only this chapter is split into 2 cause it is very large as compared to other chapters. Crunch. The first sound to break the silence was someone clacking their teeth together. You foolish. The guildmaster of the Black Dragon, and rank 2. It was the witch. I said not to pick the Devil King's reward. But you still, stupid. A murderous aura swirled around the witch. Her face wasn't emotionless like it always was. Hate. Fury. She looked around, face crumpled in anger. Well. I guess words wouldn't work on a stupid fool. Fine. I'll make a proclamation as the master of Black Dragon here. I don't know who dared to betray us, but I'll present to them the most painful death. Surprising. Heretic Questioner stroked his chin. This is a game that's way disadvantageous to the betrayer. But you still chose it, as the Black Dragon Master said, it's a foolish choice. Haha. Well, it's definitely human-like to make such a foolish decision. Fuck. The venomous snake scratched the back of his head. I know. I know. This atmosphere. It's like when we first challenged the tower, my back and my neck feel fucking cold. Some people are gonna die today. I know, right? It's like when the 5 large clans were the 10 large clans. The Count opened her fan. She had a lazy tone. But her eyes behind her fan were as sharp as a beast's. A lot of people died then. And killed a lot too. Isn't that right? Shut up. Everyone be quiet. It's not the time to think about the old times right now. The witch's face was twisted. Crusader. Question everyone here with lie detection. Don't leave anyone out. If someone doesn't answer you or lies, I'll kill them right on the spot. Everyone knew she wasn't just saying that. She emanated a murderous aura, and it rode her on coattails like aura. It was a black color. It was the color that cursed everything in the world. I was planning on doing that even if you didn't say it. Crusader quietly nodded her chin. First, I'll reveal that I'm not the betrayer before I question everyone. And she turned her feet. The first person she stood in front of was none other than me. Hunter Kim Gongja. Yes. You're not on the suspects because you gave up the reward. You probably don't even need to be tested. But I'll still ask. Did you choose the reward of the Devil King? No, the reception room was dead silent. Every hunter was watching us. After a few seconds of silence, the Crusader nodded her head. It's the truth. Sighs of relief could be heard from everywhere. The Crusader didn't stop and headed straight for the next person. Click-clack. Because the ground of the reception room was made of marble, every footstep rang out. We followed her feet with our eyes. Sword Saint. Speak. Did you choose the reward of the Devil King? Sword Saint crossed his arms. I swear on my honor. It's definitely not me. It's the truth. Click-clack. Heretic questioner. Yes. Please ask whatever you need to. Are you the person who chose the Devil King's reward? Sorry. In the midst of all the silence, Heretic questioner laughed. The sound of laughter echoed on the marble and slid over the armor of the knights and the generals. But it's not me. I don't want to die by the Black Dragon Master yet. It's the truth. Click-clack. Venomous snake. Did you choose the reward of the Devil King? Fuck. It's not me. It's the truth. Click-clack. Count. Did you choose the Devil King's reward? It's not me either. It's the truth. Click-clack. The atmosphere of the room turned downhill. When I was revealed not to be the betrayer, there were sighs of relief. But one by one, as everyone's truth was declared, the reception room was filled with silence and not relief. Like how sleep crept up. The silence crept up to our chins. Dot. Dot. The Crusader and the witch looked at each other. Every other hunter except for the witch had been questioned. This was the last. In front of the leader of the most powerful guild in the tower, and the hunter second only to Sword Saint, the Crusader took a deep breath. Black Dragon. Yes. Did you choose the reward of the Devil King? There was silence. No, it's not me. The silence was continued. The Crusader slowly opened her mouth. It's the truth. And for the last time, silence descended on us. No. We descended on the silence. Wait, what? The venomous snake looked around. Who is it then? Sword Saint looked at the witch. The witch looked at the heretic questioner. The heretic questioner looked at the Count, and the Count looked at venomous snake. The venomous snake looked at the Crusader like he was hanging on to her, and the Crusader silently looked at me. Everyone looked at each other. Why is everyone saying they're not it? But no one answered. Fuck. Who betrayed us? No one. No one answered. Amidst the silence, a voice that wasn't ours rang out. The goddess of protection sighs at the foolishness of the warriors. The devil king of fall rain laughs amusedly. It probably wasn't a voice that only I heard. Everyone's face darkened. And the crusader spoke with much difficulty in that silence. Calm down. No one opened their mouths even though she said to calm down. How were they supposed to speak? They looked like they were all seriously in thought. Don't be taken aback. Yes. Maybe the betrayer has the skill to hide their lies. And there might be someone with a split personality. Everyone has their secret weapon, right? So it's not impossible, or... Sword Saint spoke up. He was looking at the crusader coldly. Or, you might be the dirty betrayer. The reception room became silent. Gazes sharper than knives were exchanged. Just now, the Sword Saint and Guild Masters had been about to fight. The heat and sweat of that hadn't cooled down, but it was beginning to waver again. The witch narrowed her eyes. Are you doubting us right now? Yes. Sword Saint admitted it directly. Even if Ms. Crusader isn't the betrayer, she could have lied to us. You were all close as the controllers of the 5 large guilds since a long time ago. A crow hides with other crows. Aren't you protecting each other? Sigh, you're really, of course. The crusader shouted out frantically. Sword Saint and the witch stopped arguing to look at her. She tried to speak calmly. Of course, logically speaking, it could be me. Yes. I could be the betrayer. But we all have to keep our cool. It's all right. We've faced many dangers before. Isn't that right? So if we just trust ourselves we can, ha ha ha. Someone laughed. You're quite innocent. No, naive. It was the heretic questioner. Trust. Trust. It's beautiful. But we need time to trust each other. Us 5 large guilds have spent 10 years working together. But that also means, heretic questioner adjusted his cap. And he shook off his clothes. It's hard to trust those other than us 5 guilds. And it would be inefficient to take 10 years to stack up trust with everyone. Yes, it's a waste of time. Wait. The crusader's face was frantic as well. I couldn't feel her relaxedness back when she asked me if a girl who graduated with a music degree was charming. This isn't the time to talk about efficiency. Heretic questioner. Please, holy technique. The heretic questioner gathered his hands. Divine body. White light surrounded his hands. Venomous snake. You take care of the 10th. The light spread around. I'll kill the 8th and 9th. Heretic questioner. You can't. Holy technique, divine transmission. The heretic questioner and venomous snake disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the heretic questioner was holding someone's back. It was the hunter who finished as 8th. The hunter instinctively looked back. Huh? It was an extra who had quietly been standing to the back, surrounded by the guild masters. No, saying he was an extra seemed too mean. Since he was standing here with his contribution in the last stage. He was a much more powerful hunter than the old me. But his future didn't last for too long. Sorry. Heretic questioner smiled brightly. In his weaponless bare hand there was pure white aura. Swoosh. Blood soared up. The hunter's body tilted. The hunter that wasn't bound to any guild, had the immense power of Sword Saint, or had an alliance with the guilds like me. The hunter that had climbed to where he was with his own power, died just like that. Simply. A warrior has died. He is not the servant of the Devil King. Voices rang in my head again. The goddess of protection thinks it's a shame. The Devil King of Fall Rain laughs snidely. It was a murder that had happened in the blink of an eye. Eek. A hunter that had finished 10th screamed. But the hunter's scream didn't last for too long. Crunch! The hunter's body fell to the ground, halved by the venomous snake who was transmitted by the heretic questioner. A warrior has died. He is not the servant of the Devil King. Blood flowed on the marble floor. The goddess of protection shuts her mouth. The Devil King of Fall Rain explodes in laughter. Cashing. From somewhere, the sound of a sword being unsheathed rang out. It was the Sword Saint. You bastards are finally showing your real selves. The old man's face was crumpled in anger. Disgusting. You're not the slightest bit different as before. Stop this instant. If you don't stop, I'll dash holy technique, divine transmission. With a flashing light, the heretic questioner disappeared. The hunter who was ninth ran away as soon as they saw the 8th and 10th hunter die. But the moment he tried to leave, the heretic questioner appeared right in front of his nose. Ah, the hunter stretched his hand out. Yes. The heretic questioner smiled from ear to ear. Sorry. The hunter's head exploded. The hunter fell over with one arm extended. Plop. The headless body lightly fell over. Blood and flesh that burst with the explosion was spread out everywhere. A warrior has died. They are not the servant of the Devil King. The goddess of protection is silent. The Devil King of Fall Rain is clapping his hands. The heretic questioner pulled out his handkerchief. His face was red with the blood of the hunters who died. He lazily wiped his face. With just 3 wipes, the handkerchief was soaked in blood. So it wasn't the 3. It was silent. This is tricky. I thought the betrayer would be along the 3. Haha. Then that means that betrayer is among us. Seems like the trust of 10 years will disappear in a moment. He threw the red handkerchief to the ground. It fell in a puddle of blood and floated like a paper sailboat. I said wait, the crusader's shoulders were shaking. I said to wait. I definitely said so, didn't I ask you to wait? I asked you to be calm, heretic questioner, and like the past. You're being strange. Vice Guild Master. I'm calm right now. The heretic questioner smiled. Like it wasn't enough, he pulled out a handkerchief with his right hand. I calmly came to the decision that the 3 were most likely to be the criminal. Although it was wrong. Let's be on the positive side and think that we got rid of the 3 most suspicious people. Ah. If the media saw, it would have been bad, but no one was filming, so it was that moment. The handkerchief flew in the air. The clean white handkerchief that hadn't wiped blood yet floated up. Before it fell, something that was heavier fell first. It was the right arm of the heretic questioner. Ah. It might have been a relief it was just that. If the venomous snake didn't stop the attack of the Sword Saint, it might have been his head. Fuck. The venomous snake cursed and stood in front of the Sword Saint. Hey, zealot. Let us know if you're going to kill someone beforehand. Ah. The heretic questioner looked down. The handkerchief landed a moment later. It quickly turned red. This is difficult now, not just tricky. I can't help without both hands. Sorry, everyone. I can't be of help anymore. Is that the problem now? The venomous snake looked like he was struggling against the Sword Saint's attacks. Someone, fucking, help me. I'm gonna die. Seriously. Kim Gongja. The crusader shouted. I'm leaving everything to you. You can even take my life. It was more of a scream. Only you didn't receive the reward. Others might be the betrayer, but only you're not. You 100% not the dot. So please, I'm asking this of you. Stop the Sword Saint. The sounds of swords clashing against each other filled the room. The witch and the count were helping venomous snake. Only the crusader was looking at me. I momentarily looked at the fight in front of me. Sword Emperor. HM? What? Am I destined to be loved by psychopaths or something? I had expected something like this would happen. I thought they would raise their swords at each other if a betrayer came up. So I had given up the reward. But I didn't think it would become like this, I sighed. Ah, that's good. It's not a bad idea. Heretic questioner popped up between me and Crusader. He was holding his arm to stop the bleeding. Surprisingly, his face didn't seem pained. In these cases, a lot of people only get in the way. So it's better to focus on the person who's not the betrayer. So you're saying, yes. The heretic questioner smiled brightly. I'll give all judgment to you. I thought the criminal would be from the three, but nothing can be done about it anymore. I don't trust myself. Hunter Kim Gongja. I'll do what you say. Beihurayang muttered. Yes. Yeah. I think you're destined to be loved by psychos. Guys like this aren't common. There was only about one of them in my tower. I really didn't like this fate. I even got all authority from the vice guildmaster and the guildmaster. You've been promoted. Wasn't this why you gave up the reward? I was impressed by you right now. I knew it would become a mess, but not like this. What should we do about those poor people? I guess I'll have to regress. I glanced at the crusader behind me. She was gripping her head. I have a question. Yes. Did she already know what I was going to ask? He was already like that. He was the heretic questioner. When we first entered the tower, it was pandemonium. Everyone believed in different religions, and they split and made up again. Then, the heretic questioner appeared and killed them all. She sighed again. He completely killed everyone who fought because of religion. That's the only way he knows. Wow. I thought he had peacefully settled things with everyone, because that's what the media said. But to think such a massacre was behind all of it. Save me. The venomous snake screamed a bit over where I was. It felt like the octave increased with every minute. Dying. Fu, CK. I'm really dying. The Chinmu master is going to die, you bastards. Ha ha ha. The heretic questioner fixed his cap with his left hand. I'm sorry for making this mess. Kim Gongja Hunter. Can't you please stop the sword saint with the condition of my authority? Sigh. Never mind. I shook my head. Let's talk about you later. Very deeply. But I'll take care of this right now because I think venomous snake will really die right now. Yes. Thank you. Well. It's nice to be able to control 10,000 temple and the civil militia if only for a bit, I convinced myself. There was an intense fight going on. To join it would be suicide. But I knew the magic word to stop the Sword Saint. Sword Saint Nim. There was no reply. Sword Saint Nim. Since you already bowed your head to me once again, please listen to me. Let's stop fighting and talk. There was still no reaction. There was no other choice. I took a deep breath and shouted. I'll ask your granddaughter out. Pause. If your granddaughter enters the tower. Yes, I'll meet her once. I don't know if we'll go out, but since I might be your grandson-in-law, please listen to me. He quietly looked at me. I'm not forgiving them. Yes. I'm not stopping because of what you said. I just thought that it might be better to find the betrayer and kill them after. Right? Why are you asking me was what I stopped myself from asking, and I nodded my head instead. Yes, you're right. You can kill them after. The sword saint pulled his sword back. Opposite of his, the venomous snake was panting hard. Everyone. Please calm down. I spoke looking at the hunters. I don't know who's the betrayer. We might not find out. But, that's another problem. We can defeat the problem even without finding them. How? The Crusader asked. The fact that they accepted the reward means they can stab us in the back any moment. Look at this. I pointed at the marble ground. What the heretic questioner had engraved was still on there. It says the Devil King's core is on the 20th floor. I looked at each of them one by one. Don't focus on finding the betrayer, it's a trap. Don't fall for it. The betrayer might be sacred out of their wits right now, and they might have been forcefully picked by the system. Who knows? Let's get rid of the Devil King first. It became silent. If we get rid of the Devil King, his reward will disappear as well. It's simple. No matter what kind of ridiculous TST the tower offers, the solution is simple. Voices rang in my head. The goddess's eyes are shining. The Devil King clicks his tongue. I put emphasis on my words. Let's climb the tower. This was my answer. And let's destroy the Devil King's core on the 20th floor. This wasn't my answer only towards the hunters, but to the tower. And there was a reply to my answer. The quest of the 12th floor is being given. The 12th floor is being given. As soon as the voice could be heard, something poured on the window. Drip. Drip. It was rain. Rain slid down the fancy window in the reception room. For a moment, we turned out gazes to look outside. It wasn't because we were surprised by the sound. There was something else that made us surprised. Nightmare. The rain of nightmare is pouring down again. The color of the rain. It was as red as blood. No, it might have been actual blood. The NPCs who were with us started to hold their heads and groan. Goddess, please don't abandon us. Why are they suddenly being like this? The exhausted venomous snake looked around him. It's the Devil King, the NPCs wearing armor muttered. They were crouched down on the ground with trembling shoulders. Like the trembling was infectious, groans started to come from everywhere. It's the end of the Empire now, the Devil King is coming, Your Majesty, where is our Emperor? All of their faces were dark. Despair. Acceptance. Exhaustion. Their faces were no different than actual humans. The venomous snake gulped. They're funny. Hey. This is all acting, right? What happened now? The quest has begun. I spoke quietly. We won't fight if we stay still. If there's arguments between us, they'll have no choice but to attack us. Attack? Who? Who do you think? I looked outside the window. The being that caused these arguments between. Laughter flowed in my head. The Devil King of Fall Rain is agreeing with you. The rain poured down harder. The sound that was like someone knocking instantly became even more quiet. Tens of red drops covered the window. I approached the window. I could see outside from here. Because the rain was too bad, the entire window was red. I broke the window with my sheath. Red rain poured into the reception room. I saw clearly down what was happening outside. The palace. The city beyond the palace. The Great Wall beyond the city. The Devil King of Fall Rain is manifesting. It was beyond the city walls. Pitiful things. It whispered quietly. Yes. It was a whisper. Just a whisper climbed over the walls, the city, and flowed into the reception room through the broken window. Did you think humans summoned from another world would be your shield? Did you think they would be your heroes? The rain endlessly poured. Come at me. Come at me as much as you want. Summon as many as you want. Call for thousands of warriors and knights. It's pitiful you can't realize that they're only humans like you. The voice rang through the pouring rain. It rang in the walls. It rang in the palace's walls. It rang in the reception room's wall. It laughed. It was a loud laughter. The laughter echoed and echoed, ringing our ears. The NPCs bent down further. They gripped their heads like they were in pain. We were better off than them. It was our first time hearing the laughter. It was bearable. If we had to listen to that voice for over a year, the story would change. Things who don't see humans as humans. It was then. On the map that only I could see, red spots suddenly started to appear on the map. 1, 2, 3. The red dots that were slowly appearing grew exponentially. Hundreds. Thousands. 10,000s. Soon, the entire horizon turned into red. Be swallowed by your evil. It hailed. The sky and the earth suddenly became pale, and the things between it showed themselves. It was the monsters that were the red dots. Dot. Dot. The hunters shut their mouths. It was a monster army incomparable to the one on the 11th stage. A colossal army was heading towards us. Krrr keek, kek. The monsters cried out. They bared their teeth. They twisted their necks. Rain poured down the goblins' twisted faces. The blood rain was probably holy water for them. They looked at the sky like they were looking towards a god, and they saluted the red rain. I said so. I gripped my sword. It's not the time for us to fight. And letters appeared in front of me. Plus, defense of the Empire's city, difficulty, a SSS mission goal, warriors. You have decided to fight bravely against the Devil King. The Devil King has joined the war himself after sensing danger. He can summon monster armies wherever. He is aiming for the heart of the Aegean Empire, the imperial city, Hakamenia. Fortunately, the Devil King is weakened from manifesting here. Stop the Devil King. However, loss in the battle means the 13th floor will not be opened. Plus it was silent for a moment. Became weak? The venomous snake murmured. That? What he said reflected what everyone was thinking. This is unfair. How are we supposed to clear it? This isn't a quest that we can solve. Even if up to the 10th floor was only a tutorial, this is too different. Things like this. That's enough. Let's be calm. I turned to look at the reception room. There were the hunters. Behind them, the NPCs were in despair. We can do it. The tower doesn't give quests that can't be cleared. But, how do we defeat those many monsters? So that's why I'm telling you to be calm. I pointed at the NPCs, we're not just hunters here. Did you forget? Venomous snake. You're the head bodyguard. You have to lead them. Dot. We can't break through this stage with just hunters. Yeah. Convince the NPCs, raise them up to fight. Led them. Led them into war like they're real people. That was how the 11th floor was subjugated as well. We can't fight each other here. Sword Saint Nim. You're the Grand Master of Knights. A head bodyguard and Grand Master fight? How can we defend against outer forces? Dot. Did you think it was beneficial to get the reward? It is. But you have responsibility as well. We received the roles, and it's time to role play. I turned my head towards the Crusader. She was looking at me with a serious face. Director of Foreign Affairs. This is the reception room, but the Emperor isn't in sight. He's probably somewhere in the palace. Please search for the Emperor with the NPCs. If the leader isn't here, the NPCs won't follow us. The Crusader nodded. Understood. Supreme General. I looked at the heretic questioner. Even though he lost an arm, he was still smiling brightly. Rather, he was looking at me like he was amused. Yes. That's me. I hate hunters like you. Really. I felt that I needed to see the end of things with you after seeing what you did. But, you can't forget that you're the Supreme General now. Haha. I'm starting to like you more and more. Since you gave me authority, please shut up and listen to me. I looked at the map and spoke. There wasn't a lot of time. The red wave was getting closer. There's probably a lot of soldiers at the city walls. Monsters are getting closer to them like hail, but there's no way they're feeling normal. Please go to the city walls yourself and assure the soldiers. It's noblesse oblige. Please defend the city walls no matter what. If they fall, this stage is over. Don't worry. Heretic questioner smiled. I've never broken a promise since I was born. I'll guard it with my life. Okay. I looked around me. Then I'll be off first. It was time for war. As soon as I left the palace, the remaining hunters were being summoned. Whoa. Where's this? Good thing it's not a messy port. The hunters looked around like they were tourists. Huh, is this holy rain? The color is, go under the roof. Quickly. Hey. It says to choose a role as my reward. Role? What's that? The hunters didn't understand the situation. Was it because they arrived later than us? Even the highest rankers suspected and fought each other. 3 people had died just because they were doubted. How bad would it be for the remaining hunters? Not much could be expected from the hunters who just entered the stage. There's no time to convince the players. Because the Devil King's army was coming even now. We need to stop the attack with NPCs first. I ignored the hunters and ran down the street. It became even more crowded. But thankfully, I had to mini-map with me. I took the fastest path to the city walls. Kim Gongja. It was when I left the palace. Someone appeared next to me. Witch. Call me Black Dragon Master. I don't like my nickname that much. Witch. The rank 2 hunter and I were running together. Did she have aura on her feet? She ran the streets like she was sliding on it. Why did you suddenly come here? It's my skill. I can teleport to where I can see. It was a damn cheat skill. Hey. Zombie. You should die by this guy once. Teleportation transference is lit. I don't know about anyone else, but if it's by this guy, I'll acknowledge it. Quickly die. I ignored what Behu Ryong said and asked. Then what are you doing here, not at the city walls? I came to get you. Obviously. She answered emotionlessly. We were running, but she didn't look tired at all. I saw on the 11th floor. You have a sword that works on NPCs, right? I don't know what kind of sword it is, but it can raise their morale. What they need isn't me, but you. She looked at me. Agree. What? Agree that you'll teleport with me. If not, I can't teleport you. That's the limit of my skill. I was a bit taken aback. Wait. Teleportation transference has gotta be at least an S-class skill. Is it okay for you to reveal its limits like this? It's your secret weapon. Funny. She wiped her forehead. Above us, the red rain was endlessly pouring. Hair was stuck on her white forehead because of the rain. Her black eyes looked at me. Like you said, I'm the chancellor of this empire. Isn't it natural for a chancellor to reveal their secret weapon? There's no time. It doesn't matter how you do it, so agree quickly. I nodded my head. I agree to the use of the Black Dragon Master skill. It was an instant. The witch held my right hand. Grip. The wet hand covered mine. Her fingers intertwined with my fingers so as to not slip from the rain. Huh? There's another limit. The witch whispered while holding my hand. Transference. In the blink of an eye, we were on top of the city walls. Like I expected, it was a mess. Monsters were coming, but the soldiers weren't fighting back. No, they couldn't. They were hiding behind the walls or praying to their god. It's the end, God. Please pity us and, sob, NPCs were no different than people who were alive. Even if they were illusions, the fear they felt was real. Black Dragon Master. Take you for bringing me here. From now, wait. The witch sighed. I can't just leave like this after showing my junior a pathetic side of me. Sorry? I didn't become the guild master for nothing. She took a deep breath and opened her mouth. Soldiers of the Ejim Empire. Black aura exuded from her body. The black was a bit more dark than the red. Rise. What are you doing here? Are you thinking the walls made of stone will protect you? Don't you know what's protecting the empire isn't that pile of stones, but you all? The soldiers crouched behind the wall lifted their heads. Chancellor. It's the Chancellor. To them, the witch was a chancellor. Someone recognized the Chancellor, and what he said quickly spread like the rain that was pouring. The witch nodded her head. Rise. The witch looked mad. She looked angrily down at the wall, and the soldiers followed her gaze. Rise, soldiers of the Empire. The last wall of Egypt. Grab your shield. Lift your swords. Until you aren't able to. Rise for the Empire, and for you. The witch grabbed my hand. The goddess is protecting us. She raised my right hand. I realized what I had to do. Cashing. The holy sword came out from its sheath. I lifted the sword up high. It shined down to the city walls on the soldiers' faces. The sword of the beginning, it's the holy sword. The holy sword that the goddess has proved. And the goddess of protection expresses gratitude at your choice. The goddess of protection musters out the last of her power. There was light. No one knew. Just where these things came from. Pitiful things. Only, when it appeared, it rained red rain. Things that don't see humans as humans. Blood flowed where the rain was. You kill humans after being born as humans. Do you say that that's the fate of humans? I think that's the accomplishments of a wild beast. What is the reason why I shouldn't kill beasts? Reign of nightmare. I saw the trauma of the general when I was killed by the NPC general on the 11th floor. In the nightmare, the general was screaming. Not only the general, but civilians. Turn back. Rain, again, run away to where the rain doesn't pour. The small countries in the rural lands fell first. After that, empires started to fall. Other small countries and empires fell soundlessly. Every time a land collapsed, the safety zone of humans decreased. The history of humans became shorter when a king disappeared. Only the rain poured. Where it doesn't rain. The rain poured. It's the end. The finish. The rain poured. Goddess, please don't abandon us. And the rain poured. Eventually, there was only a small strip of land for humans, and only a piece of human history left. The historians used their pens preciously. They accepted that they would write and humans went extinct. Only the empire was left on the continent. Pitiful things. The owner of the nightmares. The king of all demonic creatures. And the last historians gave it a name. Be swallowed up in your evil. Devil King. 2. The rain poured. Light shined. It rained on the ground, and light soared up to the sky. Whoa, where the light shined, the blood rain stopped coming down. The soldiers looked up at the sky with bloodied faces. The rain had stopped / goddess, that was it. The blood had stopped pouring. And it wasn't like it had completely stopped. It only stopped where the holy sword shined. It was a light rest. A small light. The goddess, the god is protecting the empire. However, there were times when small things excited people. It happened to people who only had small things left. This land was the only safety zone for the people of the empire. It was the last page of history books. The citizens of the kingdom knew, the generals knew, and the directors of security and education knew. That was why there hadn't been any NPCs in the reception room. Because the chancellor had quit politics. Because the supreme general had quit the army. Because the bodyguards didn't guard the emperor anymore. Because the knightage didn't do the duty of knights. It was an empire that everyone had abandoned. That was why the tower had chosen the empire as its stage. Like an estate of the 10th floor with children that everyone had abandoned. Rise. The Witch of Black Dragon shouted. The soldiers all stood up. There were some who gripped the wall to stand up. There were some who barely stood supporting themselves with their spears. There were some who raised themselves with the help of their comrades. Rise! The witch ordered them for the last time. Yes, they would be the walls of the city. They all echoed her command like they were enchanted. Rise! The Chancellor is here. With us. The sword of our ancestors is protecting us. And so the city walls became the city walls, spears became spears, and soldiers became soldiers. Rise, quickly rise. What are you doing in front of the Chancellor? The higher-ups smacked the backs of the soldiers. The soldiers all came to attention. They fixed their helmets. Red rain poured on their heads. But the rain didn't cover their eyes anymore. They looked forward. Sigh, the witch quietly sighed. The black aura from her body slowly faded away. Did she go overboard? There weren't just drops of blood rain on her forehead, but also sweat. What? Is it your first time seeing an Ukrainina give a speech? In our country, Reds do it. The witch lifted a corner of her mouth. She realized too late that she was smiling. I don't like communists, but they're good at speeches. There were things I could learn. Pardon? Never mind. The witch's face became expressionless again. Huh? I didn't understand what the Black Dragon Master just said. Wait. Beihurayang inserted himself in the conversation. I think she's just embarrassed that her dad joke didn't work. That was a joke? I don't know. Seeing the atmosphere, it seems like it. But if you react like how you did, never mind. Zombie. Don't plan on getting along with any higher-ups in an organization. Just be a hunter like you are. Okay? I didn't know what he was talking about. I didn't know, but one thing was clear. Kim Gongja. What are you going to do from now? The situation had somewhat gotten better with her speech. We'll have to hold up at the city walls. Right. I narrowed my eyes at the red horizon. Countless monsters were around the Devil King. Even if the witch's teleportation skill took me there wasn't any guarantee I would be killed by the Devil King. First, there needed to be a 1:1 confrontation with the Devil King. We need to bring hunters while the NPCs hold up. Then we won't fall back on fighting. If the Devil King tries to put more monsters in by forcing them in the city walls? Teleport the Devil King in front of me. The witch openly peered at my face. Commando. Yes. Are you planning on dying? What she said was reasonable. I was still an E-class hunter. The continent wouldn't have fallen if the Devil King was able to be defeated by an E-class hunter. I was at a huge disadvantage. But death didn't mean loss to me. I plan on winning. Death was a step to winning for me. I have a secret weapon too. Trust me. The witch sighed. Okay. Since all hunters have a secret, I hope your sword will be as sharp enough to pierce that boss monster. That's what I was planning on. You're playing a fun game. Goddess. It was then. Your last resistance is pitiful. Light. What can light do for those who don't know if they have a future? Even you're pitiful now. The Devil King's voice split the battlefield. Then show me light as well. There was a large sound. The witch and I didn't let our guards down. We were watching the Devil King's movements, so we knew the identity of the sound. It was a sword. Slowly. The Devil King slowly pulled out his sword on the horizon. Time seemed to slow down. The sword of the Devil King seemed to be on a different time than us. So it seemed like he was trying to cut time. But the Devil King cut time. He cut the sky. The trajectory of the sword was red. It precisely aimed for the walls and pierced it. A storm rised. The witch and I subconsciously closed our eyes. While we closed our eyes, dust covered us, and we could hear screams. It was the screams of the soldiers. I heard something break. And a moment later. Gasp, cough. When the dust settled, we looked towards where the screams were coming from. It was painful because the dust entered our eyes, but the shock was greater than the pain. The witch swallowed. Is he really weaker? The walls of the empire were broken. The Devil King whimpered. Poor things. Red rain poured from the dusty sky. Laughter echoed from where the Devil King was. Is this really still your empire? 3. It wasn't just the broken city walls. The red trajectory of the sword crushed streets and buildings. Even the palace was in its path. Boom. One warrior has died. A voice rang from nearby. They are not the Devil King's servant. A voice that announced death. The witch and I looked at each other. It was where the reception room was. The witch spoke first. Heretic questioner, sword saint, and venomous snake aren't in the reception room, since they're bringing the soldiers here. Crusaders looking for the emperor on your orders. Then, the person that's left it, Count. Dying first. The Count wasn't the betrayer. Rude. The witch quietly murmured. That was it. She didn't say anything else and just shook her head. I wondered if it was her way of saying farewell. Black Dragon Master. If the Count really passed away then with the outside world, right now. The witch spoke in a low voice. Right now, let's focus on what's in front of us. The second strongest hunter in the tower was glaring at the prey in the horizon. Even the Devil King won't be able to continue attacking like that. Kim Gongja. Help protect the broken city walls with me. The red spots on the map changed. The monster army was approaching us like a wave before. But now, the red spots were pointy. Were they trying to exhaust us? Yes, ma'am. The points were heading towards the city walls. It was the crack where the red trajectory had split. I was thinking the same thing. The witch grabbed my hand. She nodded her head. Teleportation. We moved towards the broken city walls. KRRRK. Keek, Koo. Kikik. Goo. The monsters were right in front of us. Arrow flew. They were from the soldiers above the city walls. It wasn't enough to stop the red wave. Goblin, orc, skeletons, and other monsters ran at us. There was only about 2 minutes before the first wave arrived. Zombie. I heard Behu Ryong's voice. Even a minute is okay. No, 30 seconds. Tens, hundreds, of monsters were flying through the clouds. And tens times that number was rumbling the ground towards us. Endure it yourself. There weren't any allies stopping me. To win this battle, you must become hope to these people. So I was standing at the very front alone. Endure it by yourself. Even 30 seconds is okay. It's important that you show you can stop those monsters by yourself. You don't call a human who lived for 30 years a hero. The 30 seconds that everyone needs. The human that provides those 30 seconds is the hero. I dropped my backpack on the ground. Be a hero. Behu Ryong pulled out a glass bottle. It was what the future Lord of Alchemy Castle made. It was the glass bottle with the elixir. I'll help you. 1 gulp. 2 gulps. 3 gulps. I gulped down the elixir. I promised I would teach you sword techniques before the 20th floor, right? It's a bit early, but here's some lessons. Thump. My heart beat faster. Take a step back. My heart beat faster. Look ahead. I did. There's 2 goblins in front. They can't see that well because of the dust. Quickly swing your sword before them. My heart beat even faster. Each second felt slower. The holy sword shines, but it can take away sight as well. Take your opponent's eyes with your sword, and get time from your opponent. And so a second for me was faster than my heart. They're here. My sword would be a second faster than me. Let's go. Partner. Behu Ryong stood next to me. It's time to be a hero. I swung my sword. Blood flowed everywhere. Ki! The goblin screamed. In my second, the scream didn't stop. Dash one down. Blood scattered in the air. It was the same color as the rain. I gripped my sword even tighter. And swung it. Ki-ia. 2. Before the first goblin tied, I cut the second goblin. It was an instant. Blood flowed from my right and left. The monsters shouted without even being able to see my sword. I killed one, and another. Aee. Aee. Kai-i-thi-i. Before a monster could finish screaming, another monster screamed. The screams around me didn't end. The orchestra of my sword. I directed them with my conducting stick. -1 second has passed. Beihurang spoke. Don't cut off your sword when you swing. Gongja. Don't divide each attack, and connect them. I swung my sword. Cut from the top to bottom. Think. It's no different from music. When a tone pitches down, it can be pulled back up. Screams rang out. Connect. If your sword is low, bring it back up again. That's how your sword can continue to connect. Another second passed. A sword is a fight of time. If it's swung once, it's over. But a more skilled person can control 5 seconds. Enemies let out blood. And I let out my breath. Don't lose time. Before the blood poured. And my breath faded. Don't waste anything. Just because you cut your opponent, it's not over. You have to know where to cut next. Don't throw away a second. Live it. A blade swung between my breathing and the blood of my enemy. A sword user lives by their sword. I swung my sword. Do you think it's easy to live a second? Do you really want to leave? I swung my sword. People aren't alive when they spend time. Gongja. You are a sword user. So you need to live by your sword. I swung my sword again. Burn it up. A goblin scratched me and blood spilled from my arm. Ah. I felt dizzy. Even in the pain, I swung my sword, and looked forward. Ki. Krrr, Quo. Countless monsters. Monsters were pouring from the dust cloud. Countless enemies, and countless evil. They were all trying to kill me. -10 seconds now. This was 10 seconds. It had only been 10 seconds. Burn more, Gongja. Don't spill your life, and burn it up. I tightened my grasp on the sword. It's time to show who you are. I shouted loudly. In the cracks of the city walls, my shout rumbled. The soldiers on top flinched. The monsters coming from far away paused. Yeah. Fuck, this is it. Beihurang giggled. Now you're not that much of a zombie now, huh? I ran forward. Guo. I attacked the foot of the goblin who stopped first. Before he could react, he was dead. The goblin's head flew up with its mouth open. I swung my sword. Krrr, and next was an orc standing Blanqui next to it. Before it could raise its club, I brought my sword down on it. Blood poured out like a fountain. I swung my sword. Just a bit more. Skeletons. Just a bit more. And more goblins. More. Countless orcs. More. Just a little bit more. At the immeasurable amount of monsters. Look. I swung my sword. Look at me. I was alive. I was alive when I swung my sword. KO. An ogre appeared from the red dust cloud. Once. Twice. Every time the monster moved, the wind moved around it. In the ogre's dust cloud, a goblin entered. Then, it died with the sounds of its bones crunching. Yes. That was right. They didn't have any camaraderie. Nor any pity and love for each other. So they were beasts. Disgusting beasts. RO. The beast fiercely cried out. It bared its teeth to me. Come. And here, there was a hunter. There was a hunter chasing after a beast. I'll show you. Boom. The ogre took a step forward. The city walls started to crumble. Boom. The disgusting beast took another step forward. Every time it took a step forward, the ground shook. The city walls crashed down. The ogre shook the ground, heading this way. Root your feet in the ground. However. And look forward. What I had to do didn't change. Cut your enemy with the sword. I ran at the monster. Boom. The giant beast stepped forward. I aimed for that moment. When it lifted its club to hit me, I twisted my sword in front of it. White light. The light of the holy sword entered the eyes of the ogre. Goo goo. The ogre's body was already stumbling. It was hard for the ogre to change his direction. Why? When I was attacking the ogre, I was thinking of something. Why did you give an EX class skill to a bastard like that? Of Yusuha. Of the tower that gave him that rare skill. It didn't have to be a saint. Just someone that was a bit more normal. If it was given to someone like that, it would have been fine. But why? To that psychopath. The ogre's club flashed by my nose. It missed, because it was blinded by the light. Thankfully, there was a blind spot. Oh, so that was it? I ran. Did you think you couldn't control the tower without Yusuha? Did it have to be him? The ogre widened its eyes seeing me in the air. The monster tried to use its club. But it was too late. Don't make me laugh. I would show them. I'll clear the 20th floor stage instead of Flame Emperor. And not just the 20th floor stage. The 30th too. Even the 40th, and the 50th. The 60th, 70th, 80th, and the 90th. Even the 99th floor. Until the 100th. Until I was at the top. I'll show you. Your existence is becoming clearer. I swung my sword. Hunter Kim Gongja's level is growing. The blade precisely cut the ogre's neck. Blood splattered everywhere. The leather was pretty firm, but not sharper than my sword. The monster's lifeline was thick, but not as much as my aura. The ogre whipped his arm even in the last moment. Did he feel wronged? I didn't need to feel surprised. I attacked again. Your skill slots are being increased. Now your hunter rank is D class. The ogre's neck split apart. A moment after that, the monster's body fell down. May luck be with you. Red dust flew up. Krrrr, ki, gi. G thigh. I could see monsters. The monsters that had been running head first into the broken city walls has begun to hesitate. They were scared after seeing the large monster fall. Silence. Other than the sound of rain pouring down, it was silent. The soldiers on the city wall looked at me, and the monsters of the Devil King squirmed. It was dead silent. I was standing all alone by myself. Congratulations. Beihurayan grinned. It's been 30 seconds. Then, someone passed by me. I could tell who it was just by looking at their back. The strongest hunter in the tower pulled out his sword. Tens of goblins lost their necks, and tens of orcs lost their backs. And tens of streaks of blood poured down as one. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. It was only a moment, but I saw it. The blood streaming from the sky was darker than the rain. Dot. Sword Saint slowly looked back at me, turning his back towards the pools of blood he created. He opened his mouth. I didn't understand what he said. My time was still slow. Did he realize that my condition wasn't normal? He smiled, and spoke with aura this time. It was amazing. The old man lifted his sword. It rained. The rain was red, so after the water poured down, the sword was red as well. My name is Marcus Callenberry. Youngster. I realized that he was trying to be polite. I closed my mouth. This was the second time a rank 1 hunter told me his name. The first time was when I was on the first floor. The Flame Emperor tilted my head back and whispered. My name is Yusuha. Farewell. I died that day. I heard a name for the second time today. They were different names and different people. Suddenly, it occurred to me that I was different as well. And I was able to do something that I wasn't able to do the first time. My name is Kim Gongja. Sir. Today. I spoke my name. 4. The rain poured. The fire burned everything in its way, and the rain had to fall from the sky. The rain poured. There was an old man standing in the middle of it. He nodded his head at me. Let's fight together, youngster. The rank 1 hunter. Sword Saint. Grand Master of Knights of the Ejim Empire. Alliance. Ahahaha. The rain poured. Sorry I'm late. With the sound of puddles being splashing, laughter approached us. I could have come faster. I guess it's not easy to lead a legion. The speaker had one arm. It was a road where everything was damaged. The one-armed man stood firm. Thank you. Hunter Kim Gongja. The heretic questioner fixed his cap with the hand he had. The rain poured. Far away from behind the heretic questioner, something crowded over to us. We'll take over the time that you got for us. Thousands of soldiers. The soldiers of the Empire were jumping over holes past the puddles. No, there were even those who weren't soldiers. They were citizens who didn't have any armor. It's the order of the Supreme General. Everyone. The heretic questioner smiled. Thousands of soldiers and 10,000s of citizens shouted. Defeat the bastards who bared their teeth at the Empire. The rank 4 hunter. 10,000 temple master, heretic questioner. The Supreme General of the Empire. Hoo-hoo. The rain poured. The monsters who had been coming like hail, stopped. They hesitated. The tables were turned. Water started to flow backwards from where the city walls were broken. The God is with us. The rain poured. Hurrah for the Ejim Empire. The rain poured. Ah. I couldn't know when I had started to flow with the water. It was probably because of my aura. I was running as a small drop in the water. Refugees from other countries raised their spears from my left. Farmers from the Empire raised their rakes to my right. When I looked back, hunters like me were running. A hunter I saw raised their sword. They were continuing to say something, but, I didn't understand them. Was it because of the rain? Were the people shouting? Oh, was it the screams of the monsters? Because time slowed down? Was it because I became a small drop of water flowing with them? Or, was it because I was swinging my sword? Forward. Even more forward. Until water covered everywhere the fire was. Just a bit more forward. Hey. Something touched my shoulder. It pierced through the 10,000s of voices and said something to me. It was one-eyed. Good job. I should have come earlier. I was late because I was bringing out guild members. But don't worry. We'll show you why we're called Chenmu Mun from now on. Pause. It stopped speaking. Why? It stopped, and looked into my eyes with its one eye instead. You're not listening. Are you immersed? Nice. I like it. It laughed. Hey, my name is Liao Fan. You can't hear, but it doesn't matter, you saved my life in the reception room later. I can't forget about a debt as the master of Chenmu Mun, right? Just run with your eyes forward. I'll take the left. This is a huge benefit. It raised its sword. No one who stood on my right ever died. The rain poured. Go. Holy technique. I swung my sword. I'll protect you. The water became even more violent. It flowed violently. Sorry I'm late. I was busy looking for the Emperor. I found him, but he had already committed suicide. It'll be hard to use his authority. Sorry. It's fine. We don't need to gather any more people. Ms. Crusader, you should fight too. Of course. HM? Why is Kim Gongja Hunter? Don't bother him. The rain poured. That guy is having the time of his life. The rain poured. Pitiful things. Even if time is given, did you think it was for you? Even the power of the goddess protecting you is gone. There is no god in the empire anymore. What did you expect? Will you prove yourselves? Fine. Laughter came with the rain. Look. A red light. However, there were things blocking me. And there were a lot. Hey, witch. Get rid of them quickly. I know. I won't let them go twice. Geezer. You and I should cut them when the witch scatters them. I can do it by myself. They're starting to come, everyone. The rain poured. Scatter. 6 rays of light shined. It was the light of mirrors. The red light slid against the mirror. The first, second, and third mirror broke. But the fourth mirror continued to reflect the red light. Sword Saint. Venomous snake. Something shouted. Hup. There was the sound of intaking breath. Yeah. And the sound of it being exhaled. The sky split. Even the red light split. It was like the ocean was being split into half. 5 different voices chattered on. Look. Look. I've still got a while before I die. You're continuing to blabber on. This is the time. And a voice whispered amongst them. I'll transport you next to the Devil King. Everyone get around me. Quickly. If the Devil King summons monsters again, we'll be back at the starting point. 5 voices overlapped. They gathered into one place. And Kim Gongja. Someone extended their hand. Rain was dripping down their face. Hold on. Hurry, there's no time. At that moment, the time that seemed like forever was released. I could see the people around me. I could hear the sounds around me. That wasn't all. Memories of where I was and how I got here flooded inside my head. It was the middle of the battlefield. The soldiers and citizens were pushing away the monsters. Hunters endlessly poured from the broken city walls. Kim Gongja Hunter. We were at the very front. From here to the Devil King, it was empty. The monsters would come soon, but not now. Hurry. It was a bit ironic. The heretic questioner was on Venomous Snake's back. Venomous Snake was holding Sword Saint's arm. Sword Saint had his hand on Crusader's shoulder. Crusader was holding the witch's hand. It would be awesome if I took a picture of this and put it online. While I was thinking those thoughts, the witch shouted. Hurry! If you don't grab on, we're leaving you here. The witch was extending her hand towards me. Ah. And I realized. This scene would be gone soon. Even the argument Sword Saint and I had. How the Sword Saint pulled back his sword. And how he bowed his head towards me, apologizing. How heretic questioner had killed those innocent hunters. Them fighting each other. It'll all disappear. Everything. Like the rain that was pouring. Those people won't remember. However. What are you doing? Partner. That was okay. You have to go get the monsters, kid. It wouldn't disappear just because it wasn't remembered. I had a sword. This place had someone who died on the 1st floor. There was a ghost who died on the 99th floor. No one knew about their deaths. But us two were still here. Okay. If we returned, nothing would be solved. Sword Saint would doubt me, and the hunters would suspect each other when it became time to choose rewards. Let's go. But I was a bit stronger. I wouldn't let innocent people die. I wouldn't watch by while the count died and our connection with the outside was cut off. Now I even somewhat knew who the betrayer was. I was sure I would do better. Good. The witch tightly held my hand. Teleport. The next moment, we jumped down from mid-air. The 5 of us landed at the same time. In front of us, the Devil King was standing with his sword. Amusing. The Devil King was a sword. He was like a shadow in the form of a human. Warriors of the goddess, I see. He had a face but no expression. He had arms, but no hands. He had legs, but no feet, and it seemed like he would fall over any moment. No. He was actually falling. The Devil King's body continued to flow down. The owner of nightmares. The moving shadow. Warriors. Did you know there's a betrayer among you? You know, but you're still trying to trust with each other. Was there any reason to listen more? As far as I could see, there was none. I ran with my one sword. Kim Gongja? I heard a surprised voice behind me. No. Wait. You can't go by yourself. Everyone has to work together to dash sorry. I'll see you in my next life. Although you won't remember today. Oh ho. The Devil King smiled at me running alone at him. How foolish. It was a strange smile. There weren't any eyes or mouth on his face, so it seemed like he was flowing from his skin. Did you come to kill me, warrior? He swung his sword. It was something I never would have been able to block. Before the sword arrived at my neck. No, I didn't pretend to block the attack. It was unnecessary. Instead, I politely raised my middle finger. I came to be killed. You son of a bitch. I'll see you in my next life too. It was short, but I definitely saw the Devil King's smile harden. Soon, I didn't hear anything. My consciousness faded away. All my senses were paused. I only felt the rain on my face until the last moment. Then. You have died. The Devil King of Fall Rain's skills are being randomly copied. Alright. Skill cards are being created. It was time for round 2. Yeah. I was back. I now referred to being back to this place. The Devil King of Fall Rain's skills are being randomly copied. My prison. An abyss of consciousness. People called me a loser. I was. And this was the place that gave me a chance. When I was burning up by the fire of the Flame Emperor, I didn't miss the last chance the tower gave me. Why? The skill cards are being created. Why did the tower give me such a skill? It was the same question as why was it given to a psychopath like you, Suha? Why? Why was it presented to a good-for-nothing person who surfed the internet like me? I saw the skills. Beihurang spoke. Do you want me to read them now? Yes, please. Okay. Listening to Beihurang speak, it occurred to me that the tower might have been regretful. Because they were disappointed in the attitude of the hunters. Plus, hate flows like rain, rank, SFX, you don't look. You can't see. People consider what they can't see is not there. Blind fools. Right. Ignorant. Then, show them. Show them how many lives have been lost due to ignorance. As much as blood has been spilled in this world, the sky will pour down red rain. However, only the blood you have seen will become rain. Plus the Flame Emperor Yusuha had definitely cleared through the 10th floor stage. Not in a good way. He had probably ignored the despair and hate of the dolls and just cleared through them. Wouldn't the tower have considered that a shame? Wouldn't it have been disappointed? What's the next skill? This. Beihurang spoke. Plus, the heart cries echoing, rank, at plus effects, your emotions will strengthen your aura. The stronger your emotions, the more your aura will react. Revenge. Detestation. Sadness. It can be whatever emotion. The fire will burn regardless of the firewood. However, you slowly become addicted to that emotion. plus dot. Right. The tower definitely would have been disappointed. All floors have a hidden quest. Like there had been a quest to comfort the dolls in the Hellfire residence. Perhaps, there could be a hidden quest on the 12th floor as well. I focused on Bei Hurayang's words. Plus, 100 ghosts summon, rank, SS effects, what you killed will be summoned as monsters. The dead cannot use their abilities from when they were living. They can't remember it either. They'll be summoned as goblins, orcs, zombies, skeletons, etc. However, you can only summon them once a week. Plus other than this, there were a lot of skills. But these three stood out to me the most. Nice. I nodded my head. I decided what skill to use, and how to clear the 12th, no, the 20th floor. I'll go with this. Huh? Was my choice unexpected? Bei Hurayang tilted his head. You're going with that? I don't know. No. This will be the best, until the 20th floor at least, I don't know, well. Do whatever you want. I don't know what you're thinking. You're probably just playing tricks again. Look forward to it. I paused while stretching out for the card. Sword Emperor. You know well about the Sword Saint's daily schedule, right? Huh? I do. Grandpop's Marcus schedule is already determined from when he wakes up at dawn and goes to sleep. He's a total grandpa. Tell me his evening schedule. I have somewhere to use it. Alright, I guess. I grabbed the card. A voice rang in the dark. Selection complete. The skill is being copied. You are regressing to 24 hours before. And like that, I returned back to a day. Your current hunter class is D class. There is a penalty from your skill. The trauma of the enemy who killed you is being reenacted. Of course there was a penalty. I ended up seeing the trauma of the Devil King of Fall Rain, but I needed to solve the problem of the 12th floor right now. The extremity of the penalty is mid-level. The penalty is Hungry Ghost Road. Let's talk about the penalty later. 2. Bei Hurayang taught me the importance of a second. That it was hard for most people to properly live out a second. I deeply felt that this time. Leaving already? In the cafe. The witch looked up at me from the chair. It wasn't just the witch. All the ladders of the large clans looked up at me with various expressions. Even the count, who had died from the Devil King's attack on the 12th floor, was faintly smiling at me. I had returned to the cafe on the 1st floor, where I made a deal with the guild masters. A day. I realized how long 24 hours was. It was vertiginous. We had begun a new age, cleared the 11th floor, and fought against the Devil King on the 12th floor in a day. But holy cow! It had all happened in less than a day. Yes. The 11th floor will open in a bit. I was a bit choked up. I lightly coughed and spoke. I have to start preparing now if I don't want to fall behind. How are you going to prepare when you don't know what the 11th floor is like? There wasn't any problem on the 11th floor. It started from the 12th floor, when the Devil King began to interfere. There, you guys will split up. Someone will betray you, and someone will fall apart from that betrayal. There's even someone who dies. Kim Gongja? The witch furrowed her eyebrows. Are you all right? Your face turned strange. Are you feeling okay? I'm all right. It was just a bit touching to be here with amazing people who lead guilds. I casually answered her. Bei Hurayang silently watched me. Anyways, yes. You're right. Everyone. I know what the 11th floor is like. Not only that, I know what the quest is. The look in their eyes changed. Information was as important as someone's life. I had basically said, I know something about your life at stake. It was understandable they would pale. I was given the information as a reward for clearing the 10th floor. And the reason why I'm saying that now. The witch opened her mouth to speak. Can we take it that you're going to share it with us? Of course. I lifted my forefinger. However, there's a condition. Go ahead. We'll gladly listen to it. Please do me a favor when I ask for it sometime. I looked at each of the hunters sitting around the table. They all looked like they were deep in thought. A favor. It was something easy, but also hard. What kind of favor is it? I can't tell you right now. However, I can assure you that it won't put your life in danger. It's not about money either. I won't ask for you to take someone's life. If you think this is impossible, just refuse me then. Heretic questioner stroked his chin. With the right hand that was cut off by the sword saint last time. Sounds fine to me. To be honest, I really like that condition. Ahaha. There is almost nothing that can take you by surprise if you have information about it beforehand. I agree. If we can refuse, I also agree. The heretic questioner and the count approved. When the other hunters all finished organizing their thoughts, they promised that they would accept my condition. Nice. One thing done. Then I'll say it now. From the 11th floor to the 20th floor, it takes place in a world called the Egypt Empire. It's receiving the attack of the Devil King, and the 11th floor is, my voice quietly echoed in the cafe. The guild masters all started to murmur after hearing what I said. It was a tutorial up to the 10th floor. And we'll be thrown into a large-scale fight from the 11th floor. It's priceless information, I see. Yup. The fight will also be different now. I should give this information to our guild members. Phew. But our Sangreon kids aren't talented at all in fighting and, the hunters shared their opinions. I nodded my head. The 11th floor will be clear more easily with this information now. It was already changing. A lot of things had changed since the beginning of this regression. But it still wasn't enough. Then I'll take my leave now, Crusader. The Crusader turned her head. She was sipping her third Americano now with a straw. Why did you call for me? You're the vice guild master of the civil militia. Would you like to walk with me? I have something to discuss with you. The Crusader looked around and shrugged her shoulders. Well. I was planning on getting up soon anyway. As long as it doesn't take too long, it won't take that long. 30 minutes is enough. Then fine with me. The Crusader put her coffee cup down. I'll accept the date request. 3. In the city bustling with people, hunters talked about the 10th floor and benches next to the fountains, outdoor restaurants, and in markets. Seeing as how there hasn't been any announcement, it was cleared by a nameless newbie. No way. The higher guilds are controlling it. Seriously, who did it? I want to clear a stage too. To those whose tomorrow was cancelled, the subjugation of the 10th floor had just happened. It felt like I alone was walking in deleted time. Hey, zombie. Well, to be exact, I wasn't alone. He's following us. Since I had Behu Ryong. Are you sure? Definitely. And don't look back. To safely clear the 12th floor, 2 things were needed. One was the alliance with the leaders of the large guilds. And the other was for Sword Saint to not be hostile towards me. It'll be too late to do it on the 12th floor. I had felt it this time. It has to be solved before climbing the tower. The relationship between Sword Saint and the guild masters was horrible. If betrayal was added on top of this, we would be taking the shortcut to destruction. Dang, I can hardly tell. Look at his stalking skills. You probably won't be able to tell even if you turned back. He has a skill related to this. I got it, so please just check if it's following us. I was baiting the Sword Saint right now. I had heard about the Sword Saint's schedule from Behu Ryong already, and purposely got noticed by him. After he saw me walk by the outdoor restaurant where he normally ate, he began to follow me. Of course. Kim Gongja. Where are we going? The Crusader next to me wouldn't now, There's only dark and creepy neighborhoods if we go this way. There's a shop I want to recommend to you. Shop? Yes. It's a shop that a nameless pharmacist runs. It's amazing. If her name was known, it would get famous right now. But it's not working out. If you think it's good, please help with their sales. The Crusader looked at my face. I knew what she was doing. She activated her lie detection skill. The Crusader opened her mouth. Is what you said true? Yes. Of course. Why would I lie to you? I really was going to introduce her to the store, so it wasn't a lie. Are you planning something suspicious? I'm trying to receive help from you. Even if something happens, my life will be in danger, not yours. Trust me. She slowly nodded her head. It was all probably registered as the truth. Sorry. She smiled. I hear that I'm really doubtful of things quite a lot. Let's continue. Nice. Pass. We passed the street and arrived at the pharmacist's store. She was moving something that seemed quite heavy. At first, she tilted her head looking at us approach her, then she smiled brightly when she saw my face. Ah. Sir. Are you open now, store owner Nim? Ahaha. It's closed, but always open for you. You're my first regular. Hup. She put down what she was carrying. She had looked pretty dirty just a few days ago, but she was completely neat now. She gave off the impression of a store owner now. Phew. Ah, sorry. This is. She's the hunter that's working as the vice guild master of the civil militia. You've heard of her, right? Her name is Crusader. Pardon? Her eyes shook beyond her glasses. The vice guild master of the civil militia? Yup. She's so high up. This was the normal reaction for hunters. Why is such a person at this lowly ship? Gasp. Drugs? Is this to crack down on drugs? I didn't make any. I'm working in a place like this, but I didn't touch drugs at the very least. No, I didn't make even a gram of anything bad. I lived conscientiously. And I'll continue to do so. So please don't investigate. She bent over flat on the ground. This wasn't a normal reaction. The Crusader had an awkward face. Since the lie detection had probably said that it was all true. She seemed to be considering whether she should think of the pharmacist in front of her as a psycho or a conscious businesswoman. Here. Store owner Nim. Don't worry. Tap tap. I patted her shoulder. I didn't come here to tattle to the Crusader. You're such a nice person. Then. Sales aren't equal to the quality of your work. So I wanted to introduce it to the vice guild master here. The pharmacist lifted her head and dropped her mouth open. Introduce. Exactly what it means. Try giving the Crusader different potions to test out. Who knows? She might make a contract with you if she likes it. Wouldn't it be easier for you if the civil militia uses your potions? The pharmacist blinked. It seemed to take her a while to understand. A moment later, she grabbed my hand. Angel Nim. I wasn't an Angel Nim but Gongja Nim. You helped me when my store was almost sold away, ordered a huge stock, and now you're even helping my sales. You're an angel, how can I repay this? And when the future Lord of Alchemy Castle's eyes were shining, someone stepped into the quiet street. The footsteps were pretty heavy, so the three of us all turned our heads to look. There. The owner of the footsteps was wearing black formal attire. Could everyone else except for that guy step aside? And he glared at me coldly. Sword Saint. He was the old man of this regression that didn't believe me yet. His low voice rang in the alley. I want to speak with that person alone. Fine by me. It was time to clear the second condition. Sword Saint. The Crusader frowned her forehead. What are you doing here? She probably didn't expect to meet him in this small alley. It was an unexpected place and person. It didn't seem to be a coincidence. A young lady is already having problems with hearing. The old man was exuding a murderous intent towards me. I'm sure I said to move. I have something to do with the guy over there. Are you saying that you want to speak alone with the Kim Gongja hunter? Huh. I'm not interested in his name. The atmosphere of the alley changed. The crusader didn't frown anymore. She was expressionlessly glared at the sword saint. Her guard was definitely up. Move. Sword saint spoke. I already said to move 3 times. What doesn't make sense 3 times wouldn't make sense even after 30 times. Sword saint. Did you lose your sense with your age? The crusader grabbed her sword. Kim Gongja hunter already joined the 5 guilds, along with the civil militia. I don't know what you're thinking, but don't think that the civil militia will stay still. Huh. The sword saint snorted. I knew it. The guilds were all working together. I knew it. Working together. I don't know what you're trying to say. The atmosphere became worse as time passed. Sword saint. I know because it was already reported that you hunt humans. Of course, if it's something according to your morals, I won't say much. But it's different if you're planning to do that right in front of me. Different? I'll stop it with my life. Are you confident you can do that? No, the crusader looked at the sword saint expressionlessly. I'm going to fight with all my strength, and die. And the moment I die, you'll be someone who killed an innocent player. Sword saint. If you want to live the rest of your life as a murderer, be my guest. The life that you don't have long to live. I'll show you. The sword saint's old face crumpled. It was already evening. The sun set quickly in the alley. I could feel people walking here and there along the alley, but no one was here except for us. It was silent. Yeah. I brought the crusader here to make this kind of silence. Sword saint is weak to innocent people. And crusader was probably the only innocent people of the large guilds. When the sword saint tried to kill me in the last regression, the crusader got in between sword saint and me. Miss Crusader. You're the only person here who hasn't hurt anyone. Fine. I'll trust you. It was what he said in passing. That meant the kill count of the crusader is 0. Even the sword saint had violent morals, no. Because he had those standards, the crusader would seem like an even better person. The sword saint won't ever be able to hurt crusader. To evil people, he was a murderer, but to good people, he was a harmless old man. And it's not just the crusader. Someone walked next to us. It was the pharmacist. At the appearance of the sword saint and crusader, she was hesitating, and she spread her arms out. Excuse me. The pharmacist spoke. Even her chin was trembling, probably because she was so nervous. She bit her lip several times and finally managed to speak. I don't know what it's about, but the customer here. He's my savior. The future Lord of Alchemy spoke as fiercely as she could. It's not like there's laws in Babylon like the outside world, but protecting a customer is obvious, and even though you're the sword saint, I can't forgive you if you touch a customer here. A few days ago gangsters made a mess and I was in trouble. Sorry, but please leave from here. The pharmacist shouted. If she went against the sword saint, she would have died in a second. But he was still weak to her. It was for the same reason. Saintess. Crusader. Lord of Alchemy Castle. These 3 hunters were famous for being kind. Even when the Flame Emperor was in the slums, the Lord of Alchemy Castle arrived first. Kind people. They were always on the short side, and received more stress than other people. But the only people who could stop Sword Saint were kind people like them. What are you going to do? The Crusader spoke. If you want to make a mess, go ahead. The Sword Saint hesitated. If I was right, the result was already decided. And I was right. Not too long after, the old sword user pulled his sword back. Today's not the day. The sword saint took his murderous aura back. Even when he was walking back, he was glaring at me. I hope we don't meet again. If he didn't have anything to do with you, his head would be on the floor. Good. Stage 2 clear. With this, the sword saint wouldn't swing his sword at me anytime. Even if he killed me, I would have the opportunity to speak. Sword saint. Before the old man completely turned away, I shouted. I'll be waiting in the empty field tomorrow morning. You can come if you want to. I'll be waiting. Really? If you want to know what kind of human I am, come tomorrow morning. The old man turned his head around to glare at me. He examined my face with his blue eyes. But that was it. Without any particular response, he headed back out of the alley. Once his heavy footsteps couldn't be heard anymore, the crusader sighed. Phew. That was close. To meet a murderer tonight. Murderer. Is the sword saint famous for being a murderer? Not famous. But the 5 guild masters know well. The crusader shook her head. I heard he lost his daughter to a murderer outside of the tower. Because of that, the sword saint doesn't let go of murderers. He's ridiculously tough. Well, we didn't have any evidence, so we were just watching, and this is obviously a secret. Behu Rayong got in front of me. Yeah. Grandpops Marcus told me that once before. His daughter and son-in-law were killed by a serial killer. His grandchildren barely survived. Why are you saying that now? Huh? What are you talking about? You never asked. Behu Rayong spoke shamelessly. Yeah. He was always like this. Well. It's not like I don't understand the sword saint. The crusader looked around bitterly. In the empty alley, the evening sun cast shadows of the buildings. Working at the civil militia, you meet murderers. Sometimes, there are times when you think that they were justified in killing, even I'm tempted sometimes as well. The crusader mumbled. All the guild masters have a behind story. Kim Gongja. Since you're with us now, you'll see that there are disgusting bits about us. How you'll react, She shook her head. Was it because she thought she said too many things to an outsider? We got off subject. She intentionally spoke in a brighter voice. So, how much is the potion here? The civil militia is also not funded well, so it's a bit tricky if it's too expensive, but, The next day. I looked at my phone by myself in the empty field. There was really not a single soul here. It was obvious. The hunters of Babylon were all in the square having a festival. It was similar to the last regression. But there's something that's different. I looked at the news popping up on my phone. Breaking, 11th floor, guild attack? Black Dragon gathering all their members. Guilds creating teams to clear, heretic questioner interview. You have to have a team for the 11th floor. Source of the information is a puzzle. That was right. The world had changed a little. Because of me. And it was going to change again. Sword Saint walked in from the other side. The sky behind him looked extra blue. People were shouting from the direction of the city. 1 minute and 31 seconds, the clock of light was floating up in the air. A blue sky, people's voices, and a clock of light. Sword Saint was walking towards me with all that behind him. You're really alone. Sword Saint stopped. Is this the confidence to be able to stand against me by yourself? Well, I guess if you're a murderer that did all that, you would be confident. His eyes when he was looking at me felt completely new. It was completely different from last time. It was because there were acknowledgement and respect in his life last time. But right now, there was none of that. Enmity. Hostility. It was like he was looking at a murderer. Zombie? Are you all right? I nodded inwardly. I'm good. I was just a bit hurt. Sword Saint. I folded my thoughts. I have something I want to say to you. Go ahead. If it's your will, I'll listen to it. I know why you're being like this. The Sword Saint lifted a corner of his mouth. I see. You know your own fault. It's because of the skill you have. Dot. The Sword Saint's face hardened. How do you? Please believe what I'm going to say. I thought of how hard it was to get someone's trust as I said that. Everyone had their stubbornness. For the Sword Saint, it was his, detective's insight, skill. The skill that showed someone's kill count. The Sword Saint looked down at you if his skill said so. That was why it was his stubbornness. He lived according to that stubbornness. The moment he threw away that stubbornness, he would throw away his lifestyle. You have to convince people like that. And I had to make him trust me. I needed to make him ignore the lifestyle that he lived until now. Thinking about it now, I realized how hard it was. But I can do it. I clenched my fist. I can just put my life on the line as well. I opened my mouth. Sword Saint Nim. I'm a prophet. What? I have a skill that's similar to prophesying things. That's how I know you have that skill. If I stay like this, you'll kill me, and I'll ask why you had to kill me. Dot. Then, you said that you have a skill called Detective's Insight, and there's a number called 4093 above my head. It was a small lie. But I needed to convince him even by lying. Midnight, the clock in the sky was turning to 0. Fireworks exploded. I could hear cheers. The old man and me. We just looked at each other. After a silence, the Sword Saint spoke. Guess. What? I'm hiding my left hand behind my back. And I'm holding up some of my fingers. Tell me how many fingers I'm holding up. Okay. So that's how he was coming out. I expected this. If you can't guess, I'll know that you're LY. The Sword Saint was probably getting ready to attack. But he didn't expect something like this. Before the Sword Saint could speak, I got out a dagger. Without any hesitation, I cut my throat. What? The Sword Saint's eyes widened. He had only attacked others his entire life. He wouldn't have expected that I would cut my neck. Because of that 1 second, I was able to kill myself. And you have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. 1 second was enough for me. Again, I started my day. I went down from the 10th floor stage and met the large guild members. The Crusader and I walked into the alley. We met the Sword Saint. Midnight, and time was in this moment again. Guess. It was the same test as my last regression. But my reaction wasn't the same as last time. Instead, I spoke like I had expected it before. You're trying to hide your left hand behind your back. Dot. You're trying to ask me how many fingers you're lifting up. It's easy to kill me here. But you can't clear the 12th floor stage like this. A lot of people will lose their lives. Wait. The Sword Saint spoke. This isn't enough. You could have another skill, fine. Once wasn't enough. I had already expected this. You have died. You are being regressed to 24 hours ago. Of course it wouldn't be easy to convince someone. That's not enough evidence. It could be, you're thinking it could be another skill like clairvoyance or something else. But it was okay. If he wanted to test me, he could continue to do so. You have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. He could suspect me as much as he wanted. You have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. It didn't matter if it took a week or a month. You have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. I was confident I could convince him. My death is longer than your life. Dot. Then, the Sword Saint closed his mouth. All his suspicions had been answered. I spoke calmly. Sword Saint Nim. Please trust me. Dot. You can't kill me here. Countless innocent people will die on the 12th floor stage. Really? I'm not telling you I'm innocent, and I'm not telling you to save me forever. Then? 5 days. I lifted my fingers. Please don't just kill me for the next few days. Following me, you can judge with your own 2 eyes if I deserve to die. The Sword Saint was silent. I knew that he was hesitating. The last final blow was needed. And I knew what the last blow was. You still don't believe me. Dot. You say something to me in the future. You know that I'm really a prophet if I say this. What's that? I answered. Sword Emperor. The old man's eyes widened. I continued to speak, regardless. I don't know who that is, but you said you would believe me if I said that. Dot. It was silent. Cheers were still coming from the city far away. I could even see the image of the goddess descending. When the goddess slowly began to fade away, the old Sword Saint spoke. 5 days. Youngster. Yes. Fine. The Sword Saint looked into my eyes. I'm going to follow you for 5 days. I'll be observing you say and do without missing anything. After that, I'll decide whether you're a prophet or not. Dot. Is this good? Very. Yes. Good. That's enough. I bowed my head. Thank you, truly. All the conditions were cleared. First, getting the promise from the guild masters. Second, stopping the Sword Saint from killing me right away. Third, having the Sword Saint trust me for a while. Finally. Now, finally, even if we climbed up to the 12th floor, the Sword Saint and the guild masters wouldn't clash. Nor would the innocent hunters die. Then, Sword Saint. See you on the next stage. I barely managed to speak through my tight throat. The Sword Saint was looking at me strangely, but I couldn't worry about that right now. I had to do what I had to do. Transmit. White light surrounded me. Feeling my heart beat faster, I thought to myself. Now all that's left is to hunt the Devil King. The world changed. Wait. Devil King. And it was going to change a bit more. The white light settled down. When I opened my eyes, I was already in the middle of the battlefield. I confidently walked in at the familiar scene. Krrr, Kiek. Monsters were crying out and soldiers were getting injured while fighting them. Thousands of monsters ran to destroy the port. The 11th floor. The first battle to protect the Ejim Empire had begun. Thank you. I see you've come to help us, warriors. The general NPC who greeted us was the same as the last regression. He wore the same armor, had the same expression, and said the same lines. Warriors. Please save our empire but it was only up to there. That was the end of the similarities. At the general's words, the way the hunters reacted was different. Gather, Black Dragon. A cold voice pierced through the battlefield. It was the owner of Black Dragon, the witch. Just like in the battle that only I remembered, the witch shouted after gathering her aura. She had something about her that pulled people's gazes. Black Dragon will take the directing right in this war from now. The witch looked at the battlefield. Chenmu Mun. Civil militia. Do whatever you need to at the left. 10,000 Temple and Sangrian take the right. Black Dragon will take the center. If anyone has any complaints, let me know after the battle. If you have time to complain right now, get another orc instead. The world changed. Ooh. The shouts of the hunters were proof of that. The large guilds moved about in a hurry. Was it because I shared information that this was a team subjugation? There wasn't any hunter who stood around blankly. Kiddos, follow me. If someone dies before me, I'll kill you. Even the Chenmu Mun that the venomous snake was leading. What are you? Never mind. Everyone, back Chenmu Mun up. We have to help those idiots when they start taking it overboard again. Even the civil militia, led by the crusader. Ahahaha. Acting individually immediately gets you a death sentence. Everyone. Move as a team. Even the 10,000 temple, led by the heretic questioner. Everyone's so passionate. Let's take it slowly. And Sangreon, led by the count. There wasn't a single blind spot amongst the guilds. Everyone focused on what they had to do. Hunters specialized for battle swung their swords, and hunters who specialized in support casted magic from behind. Like a tsunami, hunters were pushing the monster army behind. Oh! The general NPC exclaimed in astonishment. Was he touched looking at the view in front of him? Clearly the god hasn't abandoned us. Look! The warriors from the other world are pushing back the monsters. Soldiers of the Empire. We should also fight back. Soldiers, follow me. The leaders of the squadrons all shouted and ran. I stepped aside and watched them. Yeah. What people needed was just a little bit of relief. Even if I just changed a little, if I moved secretly just a bit, the scene of the stage changed like this. Just then, Behu Ryong spoke in a low voice. Zombie. Are you alright? HM? What? You'll stand out less this way. Behu Ryong was frowning. There's no one who likes to stand out more than you. You go crazy for attention. Isn't the attention going your way going to decrease like this? Well. I guess. I shrugged my shoulders. But this isn't too bad either. Ho ho? I guess you grew a bit. What do you mean, grow? I'm still gonna take what I can get. Then, I felt a gaze on my back. When I turned around, I saw the old sword saint looking at me. I was a bit flustered. What are you doing there, sir? I was watching you. The sword saint spoke like it was obvious. You said so earlier. To decide if I should kill you or not in 5 days. That's why I'm watching you. You're not really planning on watching me 24/7 for 5 days, right? What a strange question. Of course I am. Goodness. What the heck? Was he a stalker? Wait, you have to get monsters too. The next stage's rewards will be given based on the level of contribution. Sword Saint lightly swung his sword. Blue aura clawed around the entire battlefield. About 20 goblins screamed and their heads fell off. Blood bloomed everywhere. The sword saint turned back to me. Don't worry, I'm planning on using my sword occasionally as well. Do whatever you have to do. As expected, he was super experienced. His level was completely different. Ahue. This. I shook my head and headed towards the Witch of the Black Dragon. Their guild's members stopped me, but paused when they saw Sword Saint following me. When the witch realized that we were approaching her, she waved her hand and cleared our path. What's wrong? Hunter Kim Gongja. And even the grandpops. She threw a fit with her forehead wrinkled. I'm busy directing our guild members. I don't have the time. If you could say what you need to in 30 seconds, I'd be grateful. I don't really have any business with you. The old man spoke casually. I just followed this youngster. What? What the heck does that? Never mind. Not interested. I don't have time to be focused on you right now. This is a request, so if it's not important, please leave. Hey, you. Team 4. Even while rebuking the Sword Saint, she busily gave orders to her guild members. Stop going forward stupidly and stay there. If you don't want a spear to land in your ass, stay there. What's Team 12 doing? Do you think we're here for a walk? Hunt properly. Sorry. Black Dragon Master. If you have time to be sorry, use your sword in that time instead. She really did look busy. I quickly got to the point. Black Dragon Master. I have the reward for clearing the 10th floor. Of course you do. So what? This mini-map is the reward. I can see the entire battlefield with this map. And allies and enemies are marked. I can even see where the enemy's forces are. Then the witch turned her head to look me right in the eye. Really? Why would I lie? It's real. Then why didn't you tell me sooner? She grabbed my right hand. Speak. Where is the boss monster? I guess this person showed her real self when she was super busy. There. I pointed in the direction that the mini-map marked. It's surrounded by monsters, but their dash say that you agree to the use of my skill. Quick. I agree with the use of Black Dragon Master's skill. Teleport. The next moment, the witch and I were floating in mid-air. To be exact, we were falling. In the middle of the battlefield, monsters and humans were busily fighting. The witch's black hair flew in the air as she shouted. Where? There. I shouted because of the sound of the wind. Where I'm pointing teleport. Every time the witch shouted for her teleport skill, we rapidly became closer to where the boss monster was. I hugged the witch tighter in the air. It didn't mean much. I just thought that if only our hands were touching I'd immediately fall from the sky. Like she understood, she didn't object. And she shouted with her eyes narrowed. Are you confident in using your sword? Enough to kill the boss monster here. Then I'll send you on top of the boss monster. So in one. Okay. Yes, ma'am. I knew well what she was saying. Teleport. When the last teleportation was finished, we flew right above the boss monster. There were about 10 meters left to go. Around the boss monsters, goblins were shouted annoyingly. It was hard to believe that was how they directed their monster army. Kim Gongja. Yaewa. I covered my body with aura and shouted. Did they hear us? The head goblin that was directing the monsters tilted his head to look up. Korek? The head goblin and I made eye contact. But it was already too late. My blade landed right on top of the head goblin's head. His body was split into two. He was a boss monster, but he couldn't even fight back. He just looked at me until the very end like he felt wronged. Well, I guess since he had been killed by me twice, he would feel wronged. Kerk, K-R-R-R. The monsters who had suddenly lost their leaders looked at me blankly. It seemed like they couldn't understand what had happened because it had happened so fast. I grinned at them. What? Stepping on the body of the head goblin. You want to be cut into half too? The monsters belatedly screamed. Ki. Krrrrk. Krrr. Unimportant little things like goblins and orcs quickly scattered. When one ran away, the other quickly began to run away, and soon, 30 of them were running away. They began running away like they were dominoes falling apart. Let's go. Next to me, the witch clenched her small fists. Good job, Kim Gongja. Goodness. It seems like we'll be able to clear the stage in less than an hour. Less than 50 hunters will probably have died. Maybe even 30. Ah. It can't get better than this. It was the first time I saw the witch so excited. Was the reason why she was so expressionless in the last chap because a lot of hunters had died at the beginning because they didn't know what to do? And she was happy because the damage was less this time? She's unexpectedly quite simple. Someone who was sad or happy based on the number of sacrifices. I smiled. Now, you're too excited right now. Calm down a bit. You have to be excited when you're feeling excited. I'll compliment you again. Good job, Kim Gongja. There's never been a case when the sacrifices to clear a stage have been this low. You can brag about this all you want. The witch smiled fancily. It wasn't just lifting the corners of her mouth, but she was genuinely smiling. You might have wanted to take the clear reward for yourself. It's really a relief that the new hero is someone like you. I'm so relieved. All the media in the tower will be fighting to get to you, so get ready. She was purely happy. Yeah. The witch held out her hand to shake. That's it. Grabbing her hand, I thought to myself. Getting attention from normal people, getting it from a lot of people is indeed nice. It feels great. Being envied by people and treated like you're the best. It feels damningly good. However, not as good as being acknowledged by these people. People who had lived with rigor. Those who could be able to confidently say that they did their best. Like the sword saint, who got to the top with just one sword. The witch, who created the largest force in the tower. And countless other people, who had put everything into this. I tightly held the witch's hand. I want to live being acknowledged by these people. And it wasn't just that. I want to protect these people. So they couldn't be played by the Devil King. For the people who had lived so busily, not even cursing or teasing anyone like the Flame Emperor. Or laughed at others, making them feel small. I just wanted to be acknowledged by them. No. I wanted to be respected by them. Even if it might be impossible. I want to live like that. In the slightly changed world, I also wanted to change. And that was my deepest desire. Who? Beihurayang mumbled. It's worth watching a fellow like you. And not too long after, a voice rang out, letting us know that the 11th floor had been cleared. Large letters popped up in the sky. Plus, subjugation contribution rank 1. Kim Gongja rank 2. Witch rank 3. Heretic questioner rank 4. Venomous snake rank 5. Crusader rank 6. Count rank 7. Sword Saint plus as much as the world had changed, the ranking had slightly changed as well. The Sword Saint slid down to rank 7. And the witch, who was rank 6, was at rank 2. The top subjugators are entering the 12th floor. The remaining subjugators cannot enter the 12th floor until the top subjugators have received their rewards. Letting everyone know again, and it was finally heard. The voice that opened the 12th floor. We might be able to clear the 20th quickly at this rate. The witch spoke with a slightly red face. I thought at least 5,000 would be sacrificed, but the first step is good. Very. No. Left like this, a horrible sacrifice would be taken from us on the 12th floor. And the person necessary to communicate with the outside, the Sangreon master, would be lost. The moment that connection was cut off, the economy of the tower would break apart. Everyone would be confused. The sacrifices could exceed 5,000, and even get to 500,000. So. And so. I'm gonna carry it. A blinding light surrounded us. When I opened my eyes again, I was there. The reception room of the Empire. The marble floor was still white, not dirted by blood like last time. Oh? The hunters were summoned one by one. The looks on their faces were different. There were some hunters who smiled like they expected me to be here, and others looked angry that I was first again. Like in the last regression. Kim Gongja Hunter. You were amazing. Heretic questioner coming up to compliment was also the same. Working together with the Black Dragon Master. Ahat. Was knowing the location of the boss monster a reward of the last stage? It seems like, just a moment. Unlike the last regression, the heretic questioner couldn't continue to compliment me. I lifted my hand to stop him. He tilted his head. Sorry? I have something to say to everyone first. The hunters all looked at me. The witch still looked flushed. The venomous snake had a frowning face. The crusader looked indifferent, and the count was fanning herself. In the midst of receiving all the hunters' gazes, what about the sword saint? I checked the old man's movements first. He was standing by himself in the corner of the reception room. Even though our eyes met, he didn't react. He just quietly looked at me with his arms crossed. It worked. It was completely different from how he immediately lifted his sword to look at me. It finally worked. The frustrating fight at the beginning of the 12th floor was gone now. I made it disappear. I was successful in stopping the hostile relationship for a moment. I could feel my heart beating as I spoke. Yesterday. I told you something. Yesterday? The favor. I answered the heretic questioner's question. I asked for you to do me a favor sometime. Ah, yes. Of course I remember. It would be nice if you could do that favor for me right now. I slowly looked at the hunters. The guild masters were all listening closely at the word favor. 5 days from now. Please stay here for 5 days without doing anything. Then. I took a deep breath. And I opened my mouth. I'll clear up to the 20th floor in 5 days. In the last regression. It was when the tutorial of the tower was finished. Warriors. Those climbing the tower. The hunters had counted down with all their might in the square. And the goddess had descended in that square. The goddess spoke seriously like she was an apostle praying. From the 11th floor to the 20th floor. You will be met with a test. A test of faith. The hunters didn't listen to the goddess's voice. A new era. A new stage. They were excited because a new stage was opened, and immediately left for the 11th floor. There was even a hunter who had tested if the goddess could be cut with a sword. You will find the answer. However, the answer you find will reveal who you are. I didn't do that. I stayed until the end. And so that's how you will know yourself. Thinking back now, we had already received a sign of what would happen starting from the 12th floor. Climbers of the tower. The question wasn't which award we would choose, or who we would suspect. The tower just let us know that our answer would be of importance. May luck be with you. The goddess was quietly praying. At this moment, I arrived on the 12th floor again. I lifted my head, thinking of the scene in the square back then. And I spoke. I'll clear up to the 20th floor in 5 days. Of the answer that I had chosen. 2. It was dead silent. The first person to speak was the Black Dragon Master. Wait. 5 days. She looked confused. Did I hear something wrong? I think you just said that you would clear up to the 20th floor in 5 days. If that was supposed to be a joke, that wasn't funny, so take it back. No, you heard right. And it's not a joke. The witch shut her mouth. The silence in the reception room turned to low murmuring. The faces of the hunters changed. Some looked like they were flabbergasted, some looked like they couldn't believe it, and others looked like they didn't know how to react. This kind of reaction is obvious. I calmly took in all their gazes. Because it was an announcement that didn't make sense even if you thought about it logically. That's impossible. Kim Gongja. A moment later, the witch spoke. You know. It took us years to clear just until the 10th floor. Of course, since we cleared the 11th floor in less than an hour, you might be flowing with confidence, but it's too much. You're overconfident. Aren't you a bit too excited? Black Dragon Master. I bowed my head. It's my request. I cleared the 10th floor. I didn't do it for you. I cleared it because I wanted to succeed. However, I still shared the rewards of the 10th floor with everyone. Information that this would be a team battle, and the location of the boss monster on the mini-map. I shared information, and the damage to the guilds was lessened. Everyone benefited, not just me. So I could speak with confidence. I have the qualification to ask this of everyone. I'm not telling you to wait until I clear the 20th floor. 5 days. Whether I succeed or not, please just wait 5 days. This is my last request. Silence swirled around the reception room. It wasn't a silence that was disadvantageous to me. Maybe that was the reason why. Welcome, Hunter Kim Gongja. You have subjugated the 11th floor as rank 1. The 11th floor clear is being given. The notifications popped up more quickly than last time. Last time, only after the fight with Sword Saint was finished was the reward given. It had taken a long time. On the other hand, this time was different. As soon as I spoke, information about the reward flew up. Hello. Like it was frantically trying to get my attention. The goddess of protection is suggesting a reward to you. The devil king of fall rain is suggesting a reward to you. The sounds of the notifications rang consecutively. I didn't select either reward. I just grinned inwardly. Are you feeling anxious because we didn't fight, Devil King? Soon, the rewards of the goddess and the Devil King slid up. Glance. I gave it a single look. I didn't show any interest or amusement. The Devil King of Raw Rain advises you to choose a reward. A voice rang in my head. The Devil King hints that you can even give up a reward. Again and again. My attitude didn't change. I don't care what you say. I was firm. I didn't look at the roles of the goddess's reward, or at the conditions of the Devil King's reward. I ignored them. The Devil King of Fall Rain is bewildered. The Devil King of Fall Rain cannot understand your intentions. That's fine. Don't rush me. Since while you're confused I'll go find you. The silence continued in the reception room. The heretic questioner looked around and laughed with an aha. He seemed to have decided to speak first. It's simple. Kim Gongja has shared information about the 11th floor with us. In return, he asked us to do a favor for him, and we promised to do it as long as it's not impossible. The heretic questioner beamed. All of us waiting here without doing anything. It's not a simple favor thinking of what the media will say, but it's not impossible. So I agree. It's not impossible but, a promise is a promise, Black Dragon Master. The witch's face turned dark. She opened and closed her mouth, then sighed. Fine. A promise is a promise. She was saying she agreed. The other hunters all agreed as well. The witch and the heretic questioner. The influential hunter and the most psychotic hunter had agreed. Even the hunters who weren't guild masters ended up agreeing and promised 5 days of silence. I never agreed to that kind of promise. Except for the boomer who was ranked the highest. There's only one promise that I made with this person. That I'll watch this youngster for 5 days. Other than that, I don't have to do anything. If you're leaving to clear the 20th floor, I'll just follow you like our promise. I nodded. Yes, that's fine. From now on, I was going to go up against the Devil King alone. I was confident but, if the Sword Saint was behind me, it would be like I had an army of thousands. I had no reason to stop him from following me. I looked around the reception room. Thank you for listening to my request, everyone. I slowly turned to move. See you in 5 days. Creak. I opened the large door of the reception room and left. There was a large palace beyond the door. Past the palace, there were high walls, and beyond the walls, there was the city of the Ejim Empire. It was the same as last time. Huh? But it was different. Huh? The NPCs are all standing still? Behu Ryong and I looked here and there while walking together. Behu Ryong was right. The knights guarding the palace, and the NPCs selling fruit in the market. All the NPCs in the city were still. It's because the quest hasn't begun yet. Time was paused. I walked down the paused street. Far behind, Sword Saint was coming too. Quest? Yes. No one has chosen their role yet. In the Empire right now, there was no Chancellor or Grand Master of Knights. Even though they were important figures that were needed. This was the quest of the 12th to the 20th floor. As soon as we entered the 11th floor, the quest was given. That's probably the right order. But didn't we already arrive here some time ago? Why would it take so long for the quest to be given? The quest opened after the roles were chosen. That meant, if roles are chosen, the quest doesn't begin either. The Devil King's attack didn't begin, and the Empire soldiers don't fight against it. That was why the NPCs were still. And they would continue to be like that. In this world, we don't choose a role. It was a kind of trigger. When the highest subjugators chose a role, the quest would begin. But you know that, Sword Emperor. I crossed the streets. Because there were passers-by, I twisted around them to move by them. It was like walking through a maze. Even while walking through the maze made of people, notifications continued to ring in my head. The Devil King of Raw Rain advises you to choose a reward. I ignored it. The Devil King of Fall Rain advises you to give it up if you aren't going to choose a reward. In that case, the ability to choose a reward moves on to the next subjugator. I ignored it and continued to walk. When I left the city, there was a large field in front of me. What happens if the Devil King dies in this state? What? I could see it. A sparkling red dot that was clear on the half-transparent map. There was only one red dot at this point when no monsters were summoned. I said, "What do you think will happen if the boss monster dies before the quest starts?" The Devil King. Simple. No one will be able to choose the reward of the Devil King. Of course, there won't be any betrayer. He's just out before he can try anything. I crossed the field. I headed straight for the red dot. Not too long after, the red dot was right in front of me. If I went just a bit further, it would be where the boss monster was marked. The Devil King of Fall Rain is furious at you. Did he understand what I was trying to do now? Another voice that was slightly different rang inside my head. The Devil King of Fall Rain is manifesting. The sky in front of me swirled with black. Like a black hole, a pitch black hole was opened, and something like wastewater flowed out. One drop. A stream. A clump. It gathered to make a figure, and a voice leaked out from the figure. You dare. The Devil King was red with rage. Take the proper steps, warrior of the goddess. It's rude coming here without choosing anything. Only those who received the qualification of the Empire can take my sword. What kind of bullshit is that? I gripped my sword even tighter. I picked the right thing. What? Look. This is the best choice. In this time when the quest didn't begin yet. And the city wasn't attacked by the Devil King yet. So, it was a world where no one had died. Devil King. I'll kill you before the quest begins. Then not a single hunter will die, and nor will anyone from the Empire. There won't even be a betrayer either. Did you understand? It's a happy ending without any sacrifices. I smirked. I never really liked bad endings. Is it because of my personality? I like happy endings more. You were continuing to fuck with us, and so we couldn't get a happy ending, so please die. You dare. The figure of the Devil King squirmed. You dare to try to stop me by yourself? Without even the help of the Empire? Yup. I pulled out my sword. I precisely aimed the blade at the black figure. Help, my ass. In the middle of the paused field. I became a part of my sword and targeted my enemy. I opened my mouth. A warrior is supposed to fight alone. The 5 days of forever began. The day it rained, it opened its eyes. It didn't have a name. It didn't have a figure. It could have been called a shadow. The day it was raining, it could have been called a shadow, and when it opened its eyes, it saw the first form of life. Ribbet. It thought of what it was. There were a lot of things it didn't know. Just sounds, the sound of rain. He continued to hear the sounds of frogs rib biting. There was a delicious scent from the rain. Like a snake, although it didn't know what a snake was, it slithered towards the living thing in front of it. The living thing didn't know that something was approaching it. There was a delicious scent from the living thing as well. It was over in an instant. The adorably rib-biting thing was swallowed in the blink of an eye. Ribbet. The thing didn't have any teeth, so the living thing's body wasn't shredded apart. It just melted. It fell in the thing's stomach and slowly melted. The rain poured. When the life in his stomach was almost gone, it realized it had front legs. It also had back legs. Its legs stepped on the ground, but it wasn't able to step on the sky. Rain connected the sky and the ground. The world became a bit brighter. Ah. Feeling the touch of the rain through its skin. The feeling of life. Ribbet. It opened its mouth to let out sounds of joy. Ribbet. The rain poured. It wanted to live a bit more. At first, it was an attack. My eyes couldn't even follow the attack, even though I drank the elixir. I extended the second, but the Devil King's attack was faster than my second. You have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. A day. I drew a 1 on my hand with a permanent black marker. So I wouldn't forget about this later in the future. It was like a number that inmates in jail used to check off how much time had passed since they were in there. Zombie. Yes. The sword technique of the guy isn't that amazing in itself. This was like a jail. A jail of time. It's more like he's just ridiculously strong. That itself is pretty scary. Since he can just break apart whatever it has with his strength. But if I know the direction of the attack, I can avoid it. Right. What would have happened if the quest continued like usual at this time? How many warriors would have died in this war? Every time a warrior died, they would die with at least 20 years more left to live their life. People who could live 20 more years would die futilely. If 10 died, that was 200 years. If 100 people died, that was 2,000 years. Thinking of that time, I didn't choose any role. I just stood in front of the Devil King with my sword. Then, this body. You have died. You have regressed to 24 hours ago. Would have to get ready to fight forever. But the problem is that even if you know, it'll be hard for you to avoid it. You weak ass. You zombie-like corpse bastard. Ugh, quiet please. Keek keek. You have died. You have regressed to 24 hours ago. When I returned to a day ago, the day repeated. It didn't just repeat, but the fight of the past repeated. I reviewed it. You're still not used to using aura. That's a big problem. You can just focus aura on your feet and that would be enough. If I move while I'm focusing on my feet, my stance becomes messy. So you have to make the aura flow up to your thighs and shoulders. With balance. Easy for you to say, you have died. You have regressed to 24 hours ago. You can just die if you can't do it. Fuck. A day. Another day passed. You dare. How many times had I heard the Devil King's furious voice by now? Take the right steps, warrior of the goddess. Coming here without choosing anything is rude. Only those who. Alright. One shot. What? I was getting sick of talking to him now, so I just drank the elixir. In the period where time had slowed down, I ran at the Devil King. Regretfully, my attack was blocked by the Devil King. You. The warrior cuts the Devil King. You have died. The Devil King has cut the warrior. You have died. What else do you need to say? Come. Devil King. You have died. I am the sword of the Empire. Fine. You have died. Then prove it in front of me. You have died. Prove it to me. Sure. You have died. I'll show you. You have regressed to 24 hours ago. The world stopped, and the only thing providing me with an indication of time in this paused time period was my sword. My sword was the only moving object. For a time to flow in this world, a second of my sword had to flow. It was only a second from my sword, but this world breathed again with a second. I could only live for a second even though I wanted to live forever. I lived my life. Good job, Kim Gongja. A day. Gosh. It hasn't even been an hour and it looks like you'll clear the stage. Another day. Less than 40 hunters probably died. And, from some time ago. It might have been less than that, It can't get any better than this. The witch's words started to change little by little. The 11th floor stage. It was the quest where I teleported to the boss monster grabbing the hand of the Black Dragon Master. It was something I had to do to repeat my day. Living day by day, the 11th floor circumstances started to change little by little. Slowly. Good job, Kim Gongja. Goodness. We're about to clear the stage in less than 50 seconds. Less than 30 hunters probably died. But surely. Less than 40 minutes. Less than 20 hunters have probably died. A little bit faster. More efficiently. Every time a day repeated, the witch's face became a bit more excited. Her voice was brighter. She looked happier when she said only 20 people died than the time she was saying 50 people died. I died day by day. Unbelievable, good job Kim Gongja. Like you said, we confronted the golem after healing the knight called Joshua, but wow, less than 10 people probably died, to think this was possible. In this battlefield, I lived a day. You dare. One day, the Devil King asked. Why are you doing that? What? I'm asking why you're grinning. I smiled. Because I'm happy. My heart was beating fast. I'm laughing because I'm happy. The Devil King lifted his sword. You're happy even though you're going to die? You won't understand. You can't. How arrogant, warrior of the goddess. I'm just simple. I swung my sword. Poor thing. The sword cut me. You have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. But I didn't give up. There wasn't a reason to. My sword was faster than yesterday. Tomorrow, it would be even faster. Because I was living. Because I was alive. The day came to me without a sound. The witch grabbed my hand. She didn't know, but there were 100 black marks on my palm. They were like wrinkles to me. Wrinkles that told me how much time had flowed. Just now, the witch's voice trembled. I just checked. Kim Gongja. Not one, the witch's hand was trembling in mine. Not one died. Her trembling turned into crying. Even the 10,000 temple was checked and there's none. There were some stupid fools who were hit with arrows, but. No one died. Black Dragon. A guild that had been at the top ever since the beginning of the tower. Black Dragon was ruled by the rank 2 hunter. The black witch challenged the 10th floor tens of times. Every time she did, she failed. She failed, but she always brought back the hunters safely. She was such a person. Thank you, that kind of person leaned her head on me. Really, thank you, the witch was crying. She was also laughing. I wanted to live a bit more. And so. Time flowed. It flowed in my heart. You dare. The moment my heart thumped, I swung my sword. You dare to stop me yourself. Without any help from the Empire. Yes. It was a large field. In the world where time was stopped. I pointed my sword at my enemy with a thumping heart. I said a warrior fights alone. You fool. The Devil King roared in anger. It didn't have a name. It didn't have a form. It could have been called a shadow. The shadow lifted a red sword as vibrant as blood. The air shook unstably and I was in the range of the sword. It was blood. You. The next attack. And the one after that. My shadow is the evil of all you humans. That was when it changed. The Devil King swung his red sword. At the 4th attack, the sound of a mirror breaking could also be heard. The light on the sword glinted. Sorry, King Gongja. Someone lightly landed next to me. The black hair waved in the wind. I wanted to stay in the reception like you said. But I couldn't take it anymore. The master of Black Dragon. The witch lifted a corner of her mouth. I felt like I was going to die if I stayed in there any longer. So I came here wondering what you were saying, Humph. You were playing fun games all by yourself? They were warrior games. Was it fun? I smiled. Fucking great. I guess. It's a beast that seems worth hunting. 5 mirrors came flying. I can't let you have all the fun to yourself. Let me join. Wow. I had it all. You're stealing it now? You didn't know? Taking someone else's prey is the tastiest. I agree with that. You. The Devil King growled. The being who couldn't be laughing right now was probably the Devil King. Sorry. Hey dash, I lifted my sword. I wanted to take care of you myself. But I think it's right for warriors to get the Devil King together. It's to brag about history and tradition, right? How rude you are. The wastewater on the Devil King's body boiled. I won't use this sword against you anymore. Wastewater fell to the ground. Like the source was limitless, the wastewater kept on pouring onto the ground, and turned the field black. It was like a large shadow had covered the earth. Monsters, respond to my voice. Brrr boil. The shadow boiled and coughed up bubbles. Kirk. Keek, key. In each of the bubbles shadows were monsters. Black water turned into forms. Some bubbles became goblins, and some became orcs. An orc stirred his head. When the bubbles flowed, thousands of monsters were surrounding us. Kwoo. The beasts cried out fiercely. This, the witch frowned after looking around her. This isn't something we can do ourselves. Sword Saint. What are you doing there staring blankly? Not even helping us. I wanted to watch a bit more. It hasn't even been 30 seconds since that youngster began fighting. Who knew that wastewater would call for monsters? Sword Saint, who had been watching me for about 30 seconds, spoke. That's correct. I was wondering whether I should ask for help after a minute. I smiled, looking at his face that had been watching me for over 30 weeks. Men, anyway. Kim Gongja, hold my hand. We have to get out of here. Sword Saint. Come here too. Can't you see this? The witch shouted and held out her hand to me. No. It's okay. But I didn't grab her hand. The witch frowned, looking at me strangely. Instead of answering her, I quietly murmured. 100 ghosts summon. Pause. The Devil King was flustered for a moment. You. What did you just? My voice was faster than the Devil King's. Your skill is being activated. It was a voice that proved my qualification. Soon, the entire field was flipped. It became bigger. A frog, yes. It knew that what it ate was a frog now. It knew a lot more than it used to. It knew about frogs, snakes, and eagles. The happiness of touching rain when it was a frog. The happiness when it slithered on the ground as a snake. The happiness of leaving its body to the sky when it was an eagle. It knew about the happiness of the sky and the ground. KRRNG. And it became a lion and realized the happiness of killing. The meat of a deer was delicious. Its scent was pleasant. The moment it dug its teeth into the deer's neck, it could happily die like this. If it hadn't, hic. Met some noisy living being. Kaya. The living thing ran away, looking behind its shoulder. Instinctively, it chased after the living thing. Save me. Dad. Dad. Save me. The living being was loud and slow. It even landed itself on the ground. What was it doing? It didn't know about the concept of falling. He wouldn't. Since it had flown in the sky and slithered on the ground. It was the first time it met a stupid being that fell on its own feet. I don't want to die. Dad. Help. Before the noisy being became even louder, it dug its teeth in. Blood poured in between its teeth. When its mouth was filled with blood, it paused for a moment. It was shocked. What a delicious scent. What was this scent? It became addicted and drunk on the blood. It dug its teeth into the living thing and tried to swallow everything up. Blood, skin, bone. Even the intestines. Everything was pleasant. The deeper its teeth dug in, its back feet became shorter, and its front became longer. Its back feet were legs, and its front feet became arms. The mane of the lion turned into hair. It all happened in an instant. It calmly ate the remnants of the living thing. When it ate even the last pieces, the memories of the living being flowed in. Human. That was what the living thing said. The human was born in a rural village. It grew while receiving the love of its family. It didn't lack any love. But it still lacked something. The human's health was strained. Disease. There wasn't a way to fix the child's illness in this rural village. Even if there was, they didn't have money. Humans died one by one in its family. And this young human refused to die lying in bed. I want to walk until I can't anymore. I want to breathe the outside air even if it's just a little bit. It was a mistake. The human had come too far. It had tested how far it could travel before it died. And it had been greeted with death. In its stomach. Child. Estelle. No, you were here. It stopped being itself. I said not to leave by yourself. It's dangerous near the forest. You don't know when there might be a beast. Don't leave by but why are your clothes like that? The little girl opened her mouth. Dad. She smiled. I think I'm healthy now. Estelle. That was the first name the Devil King had. A voice rang in my head. Your skill is being activated. The field began to be flipped. The beginning of change was under my feet. Shadows. Shadows started to expand under me. My shadow covered the blackened field. Goo. Something soared out from the shadow. Goo. It was a bone. A pure white bone from a person came stretching out from the shadow. It looked like a demon trying to escape from prison. Sword Emperor. Looking at the shadow around me, I spoke inwardly. You wanted to know why I chose the 100 Ghosts summon, right? Oh, yeah. I did. At first, I wanted another skill too. It was one that strengthened aura. The red trajectory of the Devil King was truly fearsome. How cool would it be if I could do that someday? But after thinking about it some more, I changed my mind. Skill card open. Plus, 100 Ghosts summon, rank, SS effects. What you killed will be summoned as monsters. The dead cannot use their abilities from when they were living. They can't remember it either. They'll be summoned as goblins, orcs, zombies, skeletons, etc. However, you can only summon them once a week. Plus it was a shining gold card. Summoning those I killed myself into monsters. Looking at the card, I muttered to myself. There's a problem though. How many people do you think I killed? Behu Ryang furrowed his eyebrows. That flame plague and you. Isn't it 2 in total? Yeah. It would seem that way. I laughed. But why do you think the detective's insight that the Sword Saint has says my kill count is 4,000? What? It's honestly pretty bad. And strange. I know suicide was a daily lifestyle for me, but did I kill someone random? Honestly, it was just me. But why is the kill count over 4,000? It should logically be 2. So, this is what that means. I looked in front of me. There's a certain way death is counted in this tower. At the Field of Shadows. Even if the same person is killed twice, it'll be considered 2, and not 1. The monsters that were coming from my shadow. I saw a bunch of skeletons trying to escape from my prison. Okay. So let me ask you again. It was an army. A bunch of monsters covered the field. How many deaths do you think I reached? suicide for 4,097 times. The first hunting of Yusuha, and having to kill him again because I was killed by Sword Saint first. So that meant it was 4,099 deaths. Traces of my death were clear on the large field. Dang. I nodded my head, looking satisfactorily at the island of death that I made. Wow, I died a lot. It was then. Goo goo. The bone army cried out. Kaya. The skeletons bared their teeth. They all looked the same. Their bodies were similar to mine, and their heights were similar to mine as well. Wasn't it obvious? It was because they were monsters that proved my death. Even the weapon is the same. A dagger. All the skeletons were holding the same dagger. It was the weapon from when I took my own life, and when I killed Yusuha. No way. But I was the only person calmly watching the weapons of the skeletons. The witch and Sword Saint were both looking around with shocked expressions. What's this? Kim Gongja. Is this your skill? Yes. You're kidding me. The witch was taken aback. Goodness. A skill that summons thousands of monsters. I've never heard of it. So this is how you cleared the 10th floor by yourself. The witch seemed to have misunderstood how I subjugated the 10th floor. Because I could correct her, she continued to be amazed. No, that's not it, but, whatever. Well, I guess. Yes. I knew it. Let's talk about it later. There was no need to fix that misunderstanding now. Talking in front of the Devil King should be done in moderation. How do you have the same skill as me? The Devil King was also surprised. He was frozen in place. He didn't have any expression, but from his voice, I could feel how surprised he was. It was a shame. If I could see his face, I would have been able to see him frown. Are you curious? I folded my thoughts and smirked. But what should we do? I don't want to tell you. You can continue being curious. Or should I tell you about the condition of your life? How's that? I can't forgive you. This can't be allowed. The Devil King cried out like an injured lion. Just how long are you going to tease me? Goddess. My hate. My regret. You promised you would accept it all. How could? Sword Saint Nim. I didn't listen to what the Devil King was saying. He had his business, and I had my role. The Devil King was my enemy. If the enemy was preoccupied, it was an opportunity for me. Please fight with the skeletons. If you assist, we won't fall behind. The Sword Saint replied in an annoyed tone. Fine. Fighting alongside monsters is creepy, but it's better than helping you. Thank you. And Black Dragon Master, please help me. We can defeat the Devil King ourselves. I know. Just don't pull me back. The Sword Saint swung his sword and the witch exploded her aura. The two seemed to have decided to follow my orders until the Devil King was defeated. I nodded my head and shouted towards my deaths. 100 ghosts. The bones growled. Show them what you're best at. I commanded. Kill, and be killed. The army obeyed my orders. Goo. The skeletons ran onto the battlefield. They were light because they only had bones. It landed on top of the orc and cut the orc's head with the dagger. The skeleton crazily swung the dagger around. On the blade, the orc's eyes, mouth, and neck were ripped. The orc screamed and collapsed to the floor. Because of the impact, the skeleton's left arm was broken, but it didn't stop. It just headed straight for the next prey. Keek. From somewhere else, a goblin screamed in pain. There was a skeleton that was so damaged that only its skull was left. It had used its teeth to rip off the goblin's arm. Goo. Kee. Around the goblin, there were other skeletons. They were all skeletons that were hurt somewhere. A broken arm. A disappeared leg. A lost head. But they all had daggers. Kiek. The goblin squirmed, but it was useless. The skeletons gathered around the goblin and brought the dagger down. Blood soared up. Wow, shit. Behurayan clicked his tongue. Look at how much tenacity they have. I wonder who they're like. A monster army that's not scared of death. What the heck? That's super scary. A massacre occurred all over the field. The Devil King trembled with anger. You dare. The Devil King's shadow was continuing to produce wastewater. If the wastewater was blood, I would have thought it was the Devil King's blood. The Devil King was in despair. You don't have the qualification. His despair rang into the sky. Someone from another world. He hit the ground. Someone who doesn't have any life, evil intent, or hate towards this world. How dare you stop me? It echoed on the sky and the ground. What does it matter where I'm from? I spoke in front of the echoes. I'm here right now. But if you still say that I'm not qualified, the echoes hadn't even settled down yet. I heard a voice in my head. The tower is bestowing you a nickname. As if someone who had been watching me for a long time was blessing me. Like they were congratulating me after being freed from the prison of time. Your nickname is Death King. The voice echoed. Respects to the king who harvests death. Yes. Someone was remembering me. Even though I died again and again. Someone knew about the reason why I was here. That was enough. Don't interfere. I lifted my sword and spoke. The tower acknowledges my qualification. Death King. That was my second name. It didn't get older. It was always young. Estelle. It became beautiful by the day, and the ends of its fingers always smelled like apples. On its feet, there was a grape scent. People were always enchanted by its scent every time it walked by them. Its hair was a gold color, and when it fluttered in the wind, the villagers could feel autumn. Estelle, Saintess of the Frontier. From some time, people began to say this, Miss Saintess. A young girl came holding a baby. She said that she had come from far away after hearing rumors. Please. It's a sick child. Please bless this poor thing. Do you know the rules? Yes, yes. I do. Estelle nodded her head. Leave the child here. You can come tomorrow at dawn. The young girl bowed her head and left. There was a small child where the mom left, wrapped in an old but soft blanket. The young girl had gathered the softest things she had to cover the baby. An old blanket, stained with milk. Estelle momentarily dug her nose inside it. How pleasant. Humans would do anything for love. Hugh? The baby reached out its hand to touch Estelle's hair. Estelle smiled. Life was beautiful even though it was wrapped up in rags. Estelle considered this to be happiness. It's okay. Estelle's shadow squirmed. You won't be hurt anymore. Kia. The shadow opened its mouth. Poor thing. Estelle quietly swallowed the newborn baby. The death of the child was calm. It didn't even resist. It just helplessly settled down. When the newborn baby's skin and bone melted, its memories entered Estelle. They were memories from the baby's skin and bone. The pain of being born, feeling of its finger, the smile of its mom, yeah. Short memories from a short life. After examining its blink of a life, Estelle waved towards her shadow. The shadow boiled. Let it live a little longer. At that moment, the shadow shrunk to a baby's form. The black shadow turned into a skin color. It squirmed around, smiling like an innocent beast. Kia. Estelle smiled. Poor thing. As soon as it dawned, the mother came. Had she spent the night waiting? She looked pitiful. Estelle, who had been waiting in the doorframe, handed the baby in the blanket to its mother. It'll be healthy now. Ah, it won't even catch minor illnesses. Please continue to love it as you did so far. The mother's face crumpled. Thank you. Rumors started to spread across the continent. Miss Saintess. The small rumor scratched at the small land. Thank you, Miss Saintess. The small rural countries were upheaved first. Estelle. After that, it was the larger countries. Saintess Estelle. The continent was large. There were plenty of unhappy humans everywhere. People who were rotting from diseases, people who were crippled from birth, people who couldn't see. The Saintess of Savior. They all gathered towards Estelle. Every time they did, Estelle's shadow became larger. Our Savior. As Estelle's shadow became darker, the power of humans lessened. A king couldn't rule a village that they had thrown away. The hope for all the ill. Estelle. The kings realized that this was the name of the new disease. And they knew what they had to do to make the disease disappear. Burn her. Fire. Burn the nest of the witch. Estelle screamed. The fire was burning a person. No. That wasn't it. Don't show mercy. They're all cursed monsters. Don't miss a single one. Humans were burning humans. 2. Things that don't see humans as humans. It groaned. It sounded like a scream. The groans combined to become a shadow, and the screams became a sword. Be swallowed by your evil. The Devil King swung his sword. The sword was trembling like it was groaning. Kim Gongja. The witch shouted. I'm okay. I was confronting the Devil King. Whoosh. It seemed like the Devil King's sword would burst with a red light any moment. Right? I focused my aura on my feet. Or is it left? It was a 50-50 chance. The Devil King's sword screamed. A sword that was more red than blood and hotter than fire approached me. You have died. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. It's the left. I would die. When I died, I would return to 24 hours ago. You have 6 days, 23 hours, 53 minutes, and 27 seconds left to use 100 Ghost Summon. Returner's Clockwork Watch, EX, said that the user's memory and skills were kept the same. You have died. You have 5 days, 23 hours, 51 minutes, and 42 seconds left to use 100 Ghost Summon. The Sword Emperor Bei Hurayang was able to share my memories because my skills were maintained even when I died. My powers, my memories, everything. Of course, the cool time was included in this. You have died. A day passed. You have 4 days, 23 hours, 49 minutes, and 33 seconds left to use 100 Ghost Summons. I subjugated the 11th floor. No one died. I climbed to the 12th floor to fight with the Devil King. The Witch of Black Dragon helped me. The angry Devil King summoned his 100 ghosts. I ran towards the Devil King and died. You have died. You have 3 days, 23 Horus, 47 minutes, and 15 seconds until you can use the 100 ghost summons. I died. You have died. You have 2 days, 23 hours, 45 minutes, and 28 seconds, I died. You have died. You have 1 day, 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 13 seconds, a day passed. You have died. You have 23 hours, 41 minutes, and 53 seconds, and that day came again. You can use 100 ghost summons again. It was time to repeat. We could fight a final battle of sorts. Kim Gongja. The witch shouted. I nodded my head. I'm okay. In this life, I ran to the right without even looking at the redness. The red light cut into empty air. Tens of skeletons were swept away. But there were 10 times that amount of goblins and orcs that burned up. You. The Devil King's voice trembled with fury. How? Do you have the eyes of prophecy? It's similar. Stubborn. Bei Hurayang clicked his tongue. What a stubborn bastard. Bei Hurayang continued to tell me where to swing my sword and how to move my feet. But this is so cool. Hey zombie. See if you can do a repeat summons next time. Stay inside somewhere for a week and summon monsters again. I frowned. Please. Focus. I think it'll cancel the previous summons and use the current one instead, you never know. 4,000 can become 8,000 and 8,000 can become 80,000. Kia. Then you'll be upgraded from a zombie to a zombie king. Zombie King Kim Gongja. How cool is that? Geez, stop talking. I can't focus because you have died. You have regressed to 24 hours ago. Fucking. Why do you die so much? That's why you're such a pathetic zombie. I kicked it because of you. I have to repeat another week now. That's because you're a weak ass. It's not my fault. Anyways, it's not. Bei Hurayong snickered. I swear I'll kill you someday. Oh ho. I'm already dead though. How are you gonna kill a ghost? Haha. Is our zombie getting angry? You foo, use that anger to get the Devil King. I cleared through the 20th floor even though I didn't have a lit cheat skill. Oh ho, how pathetic, Kim Zombie. Shit. That was what we said, but we continued to fight the Devil King. The skeletons continued to stop the Devil King's forces. The Sword Saint blocked the monsters coming to us. I died continuously throughout the week and predicted the Devil King's attack, and the witch continued to play the Devil King using my prophecies. Black Dragon Master. It's right next. Got it. The witch spread black aura. The mirrors reflected it. Every time it was reflected on the mirror, the aura was amplified by 2 times. In an instant, the tens of black attacks cut the Devil King's waist. Kia. The Devil King's scream ripped through the sky in the paused world. Ha ha ha. Missus, nice shot. I laughed. Laughing, I swung my sword. Who are you calling Missus? I'm not married yet. What were you doing to not get married at that age? I'm still young. Nah. You probably became younger with elixirs. I know it all. You, see me after we get the Devil King. We crossed over different scenes. Sometimes, the witch was swept by the red light. Even the Sword Saint. 1 second. Another second. We gave our lives for the fight. Even a second being off guard was dangerous. You have died. But it didn't matter. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. My lethal move was stronger than the Devil King's lethal move. You. 12 times. You dare to, my hate. The witch's aura pierced the Devil King's body 12 times. Then, the Devil King's movements became slow. Black wastewater boiled where he was attacked. Huh? Was it just me? For a moment, before the wastewater boiled, I thought I saw the color of skin. It really was just a moment. When I turned my head to check again, the Devil King's body was already covered in wastewater. Cook! The Devil King took back his sword. Even though he didn't have a face, we could feel he was glaring at us. The Devil King of Fall Rain decides to retreat. What? The Devil King of Fall Rain is falling back to the 13th floor. That was ridiculous. Anger completely filled me up to my head. Wait. What kind of boss runs away when it's almost caught? Don't think that. I'm coming back again. Look at this bastard. I swung my sword. But the Devil King's body crumpled before that. Like there was a pipe somewhere that we couldn't see, the black wastewater was pulled in. Hey! You chocolate milkshake-like bastard. It wasn't just the Devil King. The monsters born from the shadow fell, vomiting bubbles. It was like the sound of water going down the toilet. The monsters disappeared under the ground. Wow. The witch, Sword Saint, thousands of skeletons, and I were left in the middle of the field. It was when I was despairing because all my deaths were for nothing. The tower has acknowledged your choice. I could hear a voice in my head. Hidden quest made. The 12th floor quest is being revised. Huh? Consecutively, at that. The 13th floor quest is being revised. The 14th floor quest is being revised. The 15th floor quest is being revised. The 16th floor quest is being revised. The 17th floor quest is being revised. The 18th floor quest is being revised. The 19th floor quest is being revised. I was speechless at this situation that I never experienced before. Could quests be revised? While I was gaping, letters popped up in front of me. Letters for me. Plus, Warrior of the Paused World, difficulty, unknown task goal, you have chosen. You won't allow a single victim. Righteousness is not expecting something from those you saved. Dedication is not expecting acknowledgement from those you saved. Those who dedicate themselves to righteousness are called warriors. Warrior. The people of the empire won't know your righteousness. They won't realize your dedication. But righteousness is still righteousness, and dedication is still dedication. In the paused world, will you still choose to be a warrior? The Devil King has run away with injuries. He probably hasn't gone far. If you want, you can chase after the Devil King however much you want. Only your choice is left. Plus it was a quest just for me. A voice rang. Will you accept the quest? My heart thumped. It was a question I didn't have to hesitate before deciding the answer. Yes. The voice responded to me. The hidden quest is activating. Quest name, Warrior of the Paused World. May luck be with you. White light wrapped around me.
You've reached the end of this segment of the audiobook. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, be sure to like and subscribe and continue with the next video in the playlist if it's available. Want more exclusive audiobooks and content? Visit my Patreon link in the description. Thanks again and happy listening.